check, testing. Hello. welcome. Come on up front if you like. And I have free copies trying to get you to subscribe to the Santa Monica Review. So please take home a coffee or a copy or a coffee.
Right. I know. I thought he said free coffee too. I noticed a little bit of energy. Like, yes. Okay. Well, welcome to our first of apparently many lunchtime offerings this week, including some that are not even on your schedule that I will talk about later. I know. I am surprised too. People want to do more things, and we want to give everyone the opportunity to share what they have with everyone else. That sounded a little odd, but there you are. Please pick up your Daily Moo for notices of information that might immediately be old by the time you pick it up. But we will do that. You'll notice that the weather has changed, right? We had nothing to do with that. We have no power over the weather patterns, but I myself am feeling grateful for it. There may be a little moisture today and tomorrow. I want to remind you in the High Sierra that usually doesn't last long, even though it can be intense. And I just encourage you to enjoy it and not worry too much. The tent shades us from the sun and the rain, right? And our clothes can dry. And without further ado, with no ado at all, here's your panel.
That's Lisa Alvarez. Isn't she great? I should know. This is called Everything You Want to Know About Magazine Publishing, but we're too busy writing your goddamn short story and novel to find out about, right? Because production is the priority here. But we have these two handsome gentlemen and me to help you figure out maybe some of the ins and outs. We're not going to talk only about our terrific journals, but be prepared, strap in. We're going to try to get you to subscribe and admire and read and share the Santa Monica Review, Alta Journal, and Zizova. That's what we're up here for. That's Oscar Villalon. This is Blaise Zariga, and I'm just here to introduce these two guys. So we'll spend about 20 minutes or so, because this is the lunchtime. It's not quite as long. And you notice we're not eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches because we didn't want to get that sticking in our mouth. So we want to be able to articulate while you enjoy your protein-filled sandwiches. But we will start out by telling you what you need to know in terms of, forgive me, the political economy of being an editor. That means the stuff that you should know before you submit. The key being, first of all, you got to subscribe and read. Not to everything, but you can steal other people's magazines. You can go to the library and so on. But I was impressed. I learned today from my workshop, thank you, number 7. What was it called? Chill Sub. Everybody here know about Chill Sub but me? Yeah, and I'm only the editor. So thank you so I'm just wondering, is Santa Monica Review on Chill Sub? Because I haven't sent the Chubsters and the Substers whatever I'm supposed to do. I don't know what the hell that is. So please help me, Emilio. I don't know. Do you guys know Chill Sub?
No.
Okay, so you should be up here, Emilio.
It's like they publish experimental fiction that these are places that lots of writers who do this kind of writing are sending their work to. These are people that are open in the months of July and August.
Thank you.
It's like promotional. It's just like they do research.
They're an aggregator.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate it.
That was called Writer's Digest.
And it was called Poets and Writers
Yeah.
and AWP Chronicle. But it's good to have one more, right? It's good to have another one. So this is an information, obviously, sharing operation. So let's collaborate, folks. But first, before we collaborate, we're going to bloviate. So we're going to tell you what you need to know. Gentlemen, are you paying attention? We've only done this about 150 times. So Oscar's going to tell you. Write it down. Thank you very much. He's already got his whole shtick here. It's a beautiful thing to watch. He does it without a net. And so, but Oscar's going to start off, and he's going to tell us the history briefly, the audience, if they pay you money for your work, what he likes to read, his reading period, and that the nuts and bolts, and then Blaze is going to do that, and I'm going to do that. We're just going to do that for 5 minutes,
Yeah.
and then we're going to talk about the big ideas.
Yeah. That's a lot of pressure. All right, so yes, Ziziva. Where to begin? Well, right now, we're closed for submissions, so, but we'll be open, I hope, in August. And when we do open in August, we'll be going through submittable, because we used to do through U.S. mail, paper submissions, which was fine until two things happened. One, our office got much smaller. And two, we just had less time to do stuff. Because the problem with that is that, I can only look at submissions if they're physically in front of me. Whereas, of course, if you have submittable, you can look at it remotely from wherever. But I'm hoping in August, we pay $150 a poem. We pay $300 and up for stories and for nonfiction. $300 for interviews. So, decent. We focus on California writers, poets, and artists. When Ziziva started in 1985, its focus was on West Coast writers, which at the time was defined as poets and writers living in Alaska, Oregon, Washington, California, and Hawaii.
Pacific Rim.
The Pacific Rim. And that was the case for many, many years. And when I say many, many years, I mean many, because, again, we started in 1985, so this is our 41st year of publishing. And then around, I think, not bad, because we're an independent nonprofit, by the way, so we're not affiliated with any university or any institution. We rely entirely on individual support and on subscriptions and revenue from sales. So that's So that's what we do. That's how we manage thus far to exist. And because of that, that gives us a lot of freedom. Beyond trying to emphasize, because it's not exclusive just to California poets, writers, and artists. I want to emphasize that. And the reason I want to emphasize that is partly because I think as a journal, and we're, I think, one of the very few journals that does a lot of events. Before the pandemic, before lockdown, we averaged almost 24 events a year. We are now in July, we're almost at 10. So we do a ton of events. Why do we do a ton of events? Because it's another way to further support writers, people that we publish. And it's difficult to do that if you live outside the region. It's not as much as we can do for you. That's really the only reason for that. Or that's the thinking behind it. Anyway, yes, so close for submissions. We will open again. What do we like? We pretty much like everything. If you go into the bookstore in the back and you want to peruse through our issues, you'll get a sense of what we're up to. This latest one, 132, you'll see a kind of a mix between what you might call traditional narrative and very experimental stuff. I referred you to the essay by Sofia Acuna called Saguaro by the Sea. I think it's fantastic. A nightmare to reproduce on the page through InDesign, but I think we did it. But you tell me, take a look and let me know. But we're not Catholic in our taste. We don't subscribe to one certain school of thought in terms of what literature has to be. We're huge readers. I'm a huge reader. Our senior editor, Manjula Martin, wonderful author. She's, obviously a huge reader. I say obviously because it's hard to become a senior editor without reading a ton. We're looking for stuff that surprises us. We're looking for stuff that we haven't seen before. We're looking for stuff that somehow lives on the page. And that could come in all kinds of forms. So that's a long way of saying, don't assume that we would not be interested in what you have just because you haven't seen it in Ziziva before. We're weird that way. We might actually enjoy it. You never know. It might be something we may want to introduce to our readers. I think, did I cover everything? I hope
Hey, have you ever published a member of the community of writers?
Not a one. Not a single one. No! A preponderance of them. A preponderance. There's the Andrew Tonkovich right over there. There's Louis Jones over there. Amy Tan.
Janet Fitch?
Yeah, Janet. I don't know if I have maybe.
I tricked you.
Yeah,
'Cause I've published her. And
yeah,
you
but I was
haven't.
just saying I didn't know because Howard may have before I got there. So I tricked you back.
We did.
And there you go. You see what that was? I crossed over the ball and then Blaze knocked it into the goal because Andrew didn't see that coming.
Ole.
Go!
Yeah, but a ton of the folks here. Peter Orner, who's coming in later. I think filing. Peter, we published more. A ton of folks, which is kind of makes it really nice coming up here because it really feels like an affiliation in terms of sensibilities of what we're looking for. Because I think one of the things that'll become clear to you as the week goes on about Community of Writers, we're not hung up on any one thing. It's not what we're about. You know, we're not looking for like, oh, this is what makes quote unquote good writing. That's not it. You know, we're trying to find things. We're trying to encourage you to make new things we haven't seen before, because that's where the excitement comes from, right?
You redefine good writing. Blaze.
Alta Journal, here we are. This is issue 36. We're working on 37 and 38 now. We're planning issue 40, so that means we've been here for 10 years. We are a journal of arts and culture about California and the West. We do, so let me just back up. We're owned by Will Hearst, so we're sort of have this quasi-affiliation with Hearst Corporation. We rely on them for distribution, and our website is hosted by them, so it really helps us a lot. However, we're wholly independent. We don't get any oversight from Hearst. But what that does mean is we do have resources, and so we're able to pay people, I think, pretty well. Poems are typically $500. We publish usually, I'll say, between 1 and 3 poems per issue, sometimes 4. Fiction, it varies, but we try to pay, I'll say, very well. Journalism, which is most of the magazine, sort of narrative nonfiction, is $2 a word. And we put a lot of investment. Now, so a writer might say, well, I'm getting paid a lot. Well, we're actually putting even more into it. Like, we've got professional copy editors, fact checkers, designers, photographers. So there's a real investment in a story that we accept for publication. We accept pitches all year round. And the 3 things I always look for, I ask myself, we ask three whys in the editorial meetings. Why this story? Is it an Alta story? Is it going to surprise and delight our audience? Is it have a strong sense of place? That's what we really look for. It's got to be rooted in California and the West. The second why this writer? Do they have access to the source? Do they have great clips? Have they demonstrated the ability in their pitch to execute magazine storytelling, scene by scene storytelling, especially? And then the third is why now? And that's harder, but we're quarterly, and so we're not covering the news. We want to be relevant. And sometimes there's no why now. The story's evergreen, and that's okay too. But we want to know, is there a peg, is there a hook? So as we're building lineups for each issue, we're sort of, what are people going to be interested about in July 2027, or something like that. We need to anticipate that. So that's the why now. We do cover packages. So this current issue, it's about family portraits, and sometimes they come together organically. We get a lot of pitches around a certain story, a topic. We say, hey, that's a cover package. Other times we plan it out. And so we began doing them during the pandemic. That first issue we had to throw away like every other editor did, because anything required reporting, photography, you could not do. So what did we do? We changed the format of the magazine also. We went perfect bound, threw away the traditional architecture, and we did an issue on science fiction. It felt very appropriate. It was a huge hit. The second issue we did was noir. Also a huge hit. And we discovered that there was an opportunity for books coverage. Newspapers are not, I think Jason talked about this a little bit, or maybe Lisa, or somewhere in the introductory night, like there's no, book reviews are not they don't exist anymore. Like, so who's covering books? And so that's our sweet spot. That's our green field. We're skating, whatever. Will Hearst, our owner, says, compete to be different. Do what no one else is doing. And every editor says that. And we really try to do that, though. So when you think about pitching Alta, that's what we're looking for. Be aware of our production schedule. We do work months in advance. We also publish daily online, but even that is kind of scheduled out months in advance. So we have a Monday book review, which is hugely successful. We do have a paywall. The newsletters are all free, though, so you sign up for our newsletters, you'll get things free. We also do this marvelous thing called the California Book Club. We started that during the pandemic. We've done it now for 5 or 6 years, 7 years, something like that. Oscar's on the selection panel. We had a number of our authors, our community of writers, Amy Tan, Janet Fitch, Dana Johnson. I'm trying to think. I don't know, the list goes on. And we do publish. We love to publish people we meet here. 2 years ago, I met Dylan Osleger, who in an individual conference, he ended up selling his manuscript to Heyday, and then has written for Alta twice since then. And so I'm just eager to meet people and get to know people. And also, I'm trying to recruit writers. So please talk to me. Is that good?
Dylan's book is called Trail Work.
Trail work. It's about the importance of trails and the lack of funding for federal trails, and also the history, how these trails came about, and why they matter. So he's lived us up here.
Dylan Osleger, Osleger. He might even be in the audience today. He's an alum, remarkable. And I just have to say, to plug my own show, Bibliocracy Radio, he's the guest 2 weeks ago. And the dude is super smart. He's a trail rider. He builds trail. And we met him up here. Yeah. And he's a thing. I mean, he's really terrific. I hope you can sense, folks, the solidarity that these two editors have with their writers. I mean, we're not in this to become rich and famous. I mean, I'm still waiting for that. But it's because we believe that we can be conduits for giving people a place, if not in the pantheon, at least on the bookshelf. And I'm an extreme version of that because I'm a crazy person and currently editing not one but 3 literary journals. Please subscribe to them all. One is the in-house invitation-only journal of the Community of Writers. How many of you are aware of that? The Omnium Gatherum Quarterly. Some of you have been in it. It shows off in the most proud and celebratory way the people who come through this program. The second is called Citric Acid. It's an unlikely literary arts project from Orange County, California, where I have been in exile for 30 years now. But it's a damn good journal. Louis Jack currently has a piece in it. Any other OC locals? Flynn Mixdorf has been featured in. You have to be from Orange County or write about Orange County, God help you. But it's a damn good journal. Teresa's back there. She knows what I'm talking about. So that's Orange County. And then finally, this journal started by my mentor, Jim Crusoe, Krusoe, one of the best writers in the United States of America. Started the Santa Monica Review. We are a project of Santa Monica College, which you folks know the struggles of public education and the assault over many years. It's why we're not as pretty as Alta and Zizova. So we have it's a very handsome magazine, but we have 0 production values. There's one image on the front, although just have to say,
Nice. Looks nice.
I got Andrea Bauer herself to give me. I mean, look her up, folks. She's one of the premier artists in the world right now because she's a great person and generous. But it's mostly just black letters on white page. And sorry, we don't do poetry because we had to make a decision about our niche, and it was going to be prose. It turns out you can fill up the pages more completely, and God bless the poets. But here's the thing, I say it every time. Poets write amazing personal essays and meditative essays. So there are poets in here who have written essay, and I've been proud to publish them. I also just want to say the Venn diagram, folks, is pretty clumsily obvious. And I'm just looking around the room at people who I've had the privilege to publish in Santa Monica Review. There's Michelle Latiolet, there's Louis B. Jones. Hey, who published the first ever short story by Keenan Norris? That's right, yours truly. Dylan Landis, who's a really hot item at the moment, all over the place. Rhoda Huffy, remind me, folks. Oh, Vishwas Gaitonde, 3 times? Twice. Peace, brother. And there's others probably in this room who I'm just not seeing. Diana Wagman, she's smiling at me. A few other friends. And that's just because I've been at the right place at the right time, and I like my work like these other 2 guys do. We like our work, like Mike is nodding his head. We want to see good work, and that's one of the reasons we're here. Guess how much we pay at the Santa Monica Review? Doodly squat. You get our lifetime subscription, our gratitude, and as many free contributor copies as you can stand, because a small journal like ours, which publishes between 3 and, when we're lucky, 4,000 now copies of an issue, we rely on Diana Wagman to walk around with the copy that she's in and say, "Here, friend, take this, take this." And well, thank you for your side hustle. That's well done. I don't want to know about it, Diana. We rely on subscriptions, and here's where I'll conclude. We are an institutional project. So Howard Junker started by going up and strong-arming a bunch of artist types and gallery owners and some of his own money, and they have actual ads and revenue and some big donors and patrons. He's best friends with a guy named Hearst, which doesn't hurt. We are both constrained by and have managed to be around for 38 years because of how small we remain. So it's a bit of a razor's edge situation. We can't get any bigger. Every year that the stupid Trump administration and the assault on the NEA and the budget cuts to the community colleges, every time we survive one of those, I'm happy. So I'm proud to say the next issue is coming out in fall, and I am almost done with the spring 2027 issue. I'll stop there, and I'll just, we'll do a quick round 2, and then we'll just go to some more particular basics. Could you please talk about your production values, which are high, but not quite as high as they used to be, maybe, in terms of the format, and again, the cost and the commitment. I mean, this guy works like a lot of us, 24/7, because you have to like doing this. And again, these are physically beautiful. Yeah. We have one beautiful page, and the rest is just writing. But these guys have a whole project. Again, we do only prose. Talk about your multi-form content, and then the struggles of design and production.
I think, for us, it's actually more straight ahead. So what happened was when I became the editor, I was previously the managing editor working with Laura Kogan, who was the former editor. When I became the editor a few years ago, I wanted to do a redesign of the issue, partly because I wanted to spend less time producing the issue. Because when you make something that looks magnificent and there's a lot of images, et cetera, that's work. It's a lot of work to get that right. And so let me back up a little bit. So before I was at Ziziva, I worked at McSweeney's. I was the publisher of McSweeney's. Not even that long. 9 months, long enough to be born and get out. And it was, it was fantastic. And I learned a lot working with Dave Eggers, et cetera. And one of the things I definitely learned from Dave was that you can make something look really nice for very cheap. But what you have to do is come up with templates. You got to come up with a bunch of templates. It's plug and play. Because you put your effort first in designing that template, right? So that's the first time cost. Then after that, use it over and over and over again. You move things around, and it's going to look fantastic. You don't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel. This was the case, I think, for the design of the Believer. That's why the Believer looks the way it looks. But that was a template that was developed years ago, and it's plug and play. So we did the same thing with Ziziva. And one of the things that we did, and I think it looks great to lower costs, we used to publish on slick paper, what they call thermal paper, for our artist portfolio. We do an artist portfolio every issue. Now we actually just do it on the stock, and it came out great. I mean, you tell me, but if you go check out an issue in the bookstore, it looks fantastic. We use a cream stock, relatively inexpensive. And our designer, Justin Carter, kind of created templates for us, the same sort of thing. This is what poetry is going to look like. This is what prose is going to look like. This is what the interview is going to look like. It's clean. Let's go. And the other thing I did, the other thing I wanted to do, and I think we accomplished, was to create a very simple cover that you can see. See that? And the emphasis, and the reason for this was two. One, very fast to design. Can you type in a name? Yes, I can type in a name. Can you type in the number? Yes, I can type in the number. Oh my goodness, we're done. So, but But also to emphasize, this is a text. This is a text. You are reading print. You're reading a book, more or less. I'm emphasizing, I wanted to use basically typography as art, right? I think it works. Like if you see the stuff that they do in England, was it Fitzcarraldo? I think they do that all the time. Yeah, it's just the title. It's just the title and the author's name. That's it. We're done. And there's another one too. I forget the name of the publication. They'll do the title, the author's name, and then they'll publish on the cover like the first paragraph of whatever the book is. And other stories. I think it looks beautiful. It's great. And I tell you, that takes like 2 minutes. You're done. So that's pretty much, so that's pretty much what we did, Andrew. So it's actually, I think it looks as nice as ever, but we lowered our cost to do that. So that's kind of one of the things you have to do as an editor, and I'm sure Blaze could speak to this, is how can I maximize things,
Okay, so that's all interesting, but why is he telling you that? Because, folks, again, the political economy. You have to know who you're sending to. He has a staff of 3 and 2 interns. I have a staff of me and some production people, and I did have a reader for a while. Mr. Lucky here has professionals who work for him, and you can tell. I mean, I'm not saying this is ugly, but compared to that, it's just a whole different animal. Go for it, Blaze.
All right, so we do it the opposite way. We make it as hard and difficult on ourselves as possible. We have done some of what Oscar described. So I think I mentioned we went perfect bound. Right around time of pandemic. It used to be a saddle stitch, so it could roll up. We do believe that paper is great technology, and unfortunately, I don't have any examples to show you. But we often put in like pull-out folios. We've done stickers. We've done scratch and sniff. We do gatefolds, and none of that you can do online. You cannot do it online. So we're sticking with this. And by the way, the other thing, when Will was starting this, he said, "I want to do different than whatever's out there. Where everyone else is zigging, we're going to zag. So we're going to have, we're going to be long form, we're going to be quarterly. We're not going to shrink. We did actually shrink for those who longtime readers. We did get about a ½ inch shorter, and that was a request from the newsstands because we were too big to be displayed.
You get them Fox.
Yeah, and then so we were just too tall. Like you've seen Mountain Gazette, which is published up here. Mike Hoagie, his is even big. Mountain Gazette's even twice as tall. But we are nonetheless. We do make a statement. We hope so. Professional photography. We send photographers out. We try to limit ourselves to 100 pages per issue. So that's a constraint. And in terms of like production challenges, one thing that we run into is we do have a long lead time. And so sometimes stories are great and we'd love to publish them, but the event is happening, that sort of the peg for the story is happening like while we're in production for that issue. So we can't do it. We typically release our files to the printer about a month or so before we're on sale. And before that, it's like a 2-week dead period where we're just proofing and so on. So it's pretty long. You think of it. It's like at least 6 to 8 weeks. Doesn't mean we can't be nimble. We have crash stories.
So again, I hope it's not too inside baseball. We're opening up the curtain here, and it's because we love you and because we want you to also be armed with important information. So it's not easy. It's not hard to figure out. Of the 3 editors up there, who are you going to get the fastest response from? The little guy. Who's going to pay you the least? Me, which is nothing. So I get 50 submissions a week. I'm guessing that this dude gets 250 a week, and this guy gets 150 a week. Maybe you're in the thousands. I don't know. But just think about that when you're number one first. Oh, I forgot to ask. How many of you subscribe, come on, flatter us, to at least one of these 3 magazines? That makes us feel
good.
Pretty good, but not good enough. So, just think about it. If you're sending to Plowshares, you got to know something about Plowshares. If you're sending them to Alta Journal, you got to know that you're competing with some big names, some really big names, and that he's asking and inviting people because he's got a theme in mind, and maybe you're somewhere in the middle with that.
Sure. Yes. We're in the middle.
Sorry, we're sitting in the wrong order.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I was just thinking. How much, to what you're saying in terms of basically everyone's bandwidth and how narrow it is. Yeah. There is a parallel to what we do and to what you do. It's a lot of work and with a lot of hope. And you do it because you feel it's important. And you're hoping that what you do matters to the people who read you. And that in some way either exalts their life or helps them make sense of their life or otherwise makes them feel like they're alive. And it's just like writing, in terms of don't look down, just keep going.
So, I want to add to that for a second. So, when I was younger, and I was living in Virginia with one of my best friends, and we used to say, he used to always say, I want to make culture. I want to make culture. And I kind of thought, I want to make culture. I didn't really know what the hell that meant. Okay. So now fast forward to, whatever, 10 years ago, something like that. And I'm chatting with Will Hurst, and I said, well, what's your aim for this magazine? It's really going to be a hard time. Shouldn't it be digital only or what? What's your metric of success? And he says, well, look, if we can do it for 5 years and we end up perfect bound in libraries and people come and find us years from now to look at this time capsule of culture, that we were contributing to culture, we were contributing to a discourse, we were finding a community of readers, then that would be a success for me. And we're going on 10 years. And it's great. And to have a boss like that and to be able to work on a publication with an amazing team of editors and designers who all feel the same way. And when none of us are doing this to get rich. But it's a privilege. I really feel that way.
So the other to elaborate further on what you guys are all about, I'll just say up front, and get ready with your questions, by the way. The most gratifying moment for me, and I mentioned this in my terrific workshop this morning. Thank you, number 7s. You were great.
He's been published in Alta too. I forgot.
Yeah, thank you for that. And so I also forgot to mention my buddy Eric Kongsau, who's also been in Santa Monica Review. Apologies, I just can't see everybody in the room. So what's the most gratifying moment for the kind of small fish magazine, but there's a lot of small fish out there in the ocean of magazines, is when 5 years after you've published an excerpt from a novel in progress or the first story, you get a copy of a book in the mail. And sometimes they're very nicely inscribed, and they say, hey, Andrew, and then it says at the back of the book, first appeared in. Yeah. And I don't care. I don't get paid shit for what I do, not nearly enough for all the work that I do, but there's no price tag on that particular moment. And these guys are kind of in different levels of promoting writers. So they've often, like he's got an amazing lineup of people who are the most important California writers: Keenan Norris, Jean Guerrero, Janet Fitt. I mean, they're all there. He gets to choose them often after they're already a big thing. Did I say Michelle Latillé has been in Santa Monica Review? I think I did. And so he's kind of, I'll just flatter myself, looking what comes from smaller journals, watching people in their careers, when they arrive, inviting them to share their experience. And he discovers, didn't you used to have a little thing that said first time in print?
Well, yeah, we did. It doesn't happen as often as it used to because we don't publish as frequently as we used to. But yeah, in fact, the last first time in print we did, I think got one of those Robert Dow prizes. So it's going to be republished, called The Farm. I think it was Pepe Hernandez. That was the first time he printed any fiction, and it's pretty damn good. But yes, we do first time in print. But also, for us, part of what our project is to find emerging writers. So it doesn't have to be necessarily the first time you've ever published anything, but you haven't been published frequently, and combine them with established writers, so that people, meaning readers, get a sense of what's around them, what's out there. New voices, but also what voices they're familiar with, or whose names at least they recognize what they're up to. Sometimes people send us stuff that can't get published elsewhere, not because of the quality, just because it's not quite right for whatever that journal is. To what you're saying though about being able to publish someone early on in their career, Ziziva's done that a lot. It's incredibly gratifying. Most recently it was with Rita Bullwinkle for Headshot. Long before Rita's novel came out, which I think was a finalist for the Pulitzer, we'd been talking about this and that or the other, and we did this Bay Area issue. And we wanted to just kind of give a little sample of folks, poets and writers in the Bay Area and what they're up to. And Rita says, well, I'm working on this novel, and it's about these female boxers, these young women who are all boxers, and would that be of interest? Yeah, absolutely. So she sent us the first chapter, and that first chapter appeared, I think, in Ziziva like 3 years before the publication of the novel. So yes, so we do stuff like that. Is part of the experience of running a journal like ours. And it's to what you're saying, Andrew. If that happens, and you're doing your job, right? You're doing that. Okay, this is great. This is going somewhere. And then hopefully for your readers who've been with you over the years, that they're appreciating that, right?
Okay, it's time for a quiz, and I don't have any prizes, except that if you get the answers right, you will probably be featured in tomorrow morning's Daily Moo, which is the newsletter of the community of writers. And you all understand why that's a funny name, right? C-O-W spells cow. Yeah, we're not above puns here. In fact, bring us your tired, your puns, your yearning to be laughed at. Okay, so how many writers in this meeting of the cow have been published in all 3 of the journals represented at this table? Okay? Dinner time, folks. I want you to figure it out and go. Some of you already know the answer. There's at least, we're scratching our heads too. I think I know, but it's kind of a fun thing. All right, back to our normally scheduled programming. Ladies and gentlemen, your questions. I got a lot more I could ask these 2 fellows, but we're here to give you what we might imagine is a little bit of an edge and some insight as you send your work out. I'm not going to ask you to raise your hands if you're sending your work out, because I know you all are, but maybe you can teach us, and maybe we can help you with the basics. And I'll get it going. How should I write my cover letter? I could care less about your cover letter. Maybe these guys are more polite about it. I just read the page. So there's that.
Okay, so we have a submittable. So for fiction and poetry, we have a submittable. We use submittable, and we do ask for a cover letter. We don't really care too much what's in the cover letter, except what we want to know is that your story's about California in the West, or you are from California in the West, you live in California in the West, and importantly, we know that you're not just doing simultaneous submissions to 400 other places. So if it says, Dear Plowshares, sorry, True story. Yeah. True story. I get that all the time. Yeah, exactly. Or we get, so again, that's one of the main reasons. So it does. You don't need to sell your story. If you've published other places, great. We'd love that. When it's not a requirement, we do. Yes, we publish a lot of big name authors, but we also do publish first time writers. So again, we're not really looking at that. Oscar?
Yeah, same thing. I think for the cover letter, we just pretty much just want to know how to contact you. That's really about it. Where do you live? And if you think there's anything significant we should know, fine. But don't go over like a paragraph. We don't need a whole, especially, the piece has to speak for itself.
Yeah.
That's all we're going to look at. And if the cover letter has to, it shouldn't have to provide any necessary context that without.
It's not going to be published with the story.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't understand what the story's about. That's not good. So it's just really just your basic information, name, rank, and serial number. That's pretty much it.
I've received stories where obviously a locale has been crossed out and the words Santa Monica have been included. So it's a perfectly good story about Cleveland, and then suddenly there's a seagull and they put Santa Monica. Don't do that. That's weak, right? Write about where you're from. It doesn't matter. Santa Monica's going to publish it. That's fine. He's not, because he wants people to announce their association with the geographic or cultural or political locale, etc. Okay, I asked a question. Now it's your turn. Yeah, in the back, please. Real loud.
I have a question. I hear y'all's like design and production things. That's really enlightening to hear. I write some more like experimental stuff, right? So when I write poetry, sometimes it's like lots of white space on the page.
Yep.
Or when I write hermit crab, something, right? Does it disadvantage you when you write something more experimental just from a design and production perspective?
It can if there's no room to work with that. So,
Wait. You got to repeat the question.
I have to repeat the question.
Or I was supposed to, but
Okay, go ahead. Do what you want to repeat.
okay.
it. I'll let you.
What the gentleman in the back was asking is he as a writer of experimental poetry with a broad range of a lot of white space and design experimental formats, does that hurt the chance of being published?
So this is why it's also important to look at the publication you want to send it to. If they publish things similar to that, then you should be fine. So they'll understand what to do with it and how to format it correctly. If they don't do stuff like that, or you haven't seen them do stuff like that before, that's okay. But here's where the cover letter could be important and say, I'm amenable to moving this around to help you with your production. If it would be impossible for you to publish this the way I'm presenting it, let me know, and we could figure something out. That's what I would say. But if it looks like if you can't for whatever reason reformat the poem, then just don't send it to them, because they won't be able to do it.
I'd say that we would probably not be able to take it. Our typical format is we devote a full page to a poem, and so it is constrained. We've had to turn down great poems that cannot fit on one page. Could we do a gatefold or something like that? Yes, we could. Would we do it? Probably not. So I'd say no. Yes, it's just very expensive. But I'd look at Poetry Magazine does crazy stuff quite often.
That's such a smart question, because you're connecting the political economy and the practical. So Santa Monica Review does not publish poetry, but what I've learned from the technical side, just a heads up, so if you're dealing with an online platform, you get a text in Word, right? You get something that's formatted in Word, and then your designer has to find another format to take an image, to transfer an image, and then put it onto the online, which is what happens at Citric and at the Omnium Gatherum Quarterly. So very good to know who you're sending to, and if they've done this, and if they even know what the hell to do with it without violating the integrity of the art. Next question. In the back, way in the back there. Real loud, please. I'll repeat the question. Whoa, hold on to your hats, folks. Thus spoke Zarathustra.
Yes.
It was super useful to kind of hear about the kind of three differentiations between your guys' magazines, and the various economies between the three. But there's 50 magazines, hundreds of magazines that I'm looking at, and I know the advice I always get from editors and whatnot is read the magazines.
Yeah.
I try my best to do that, but I haven't finished Anna Karenina yet, so I got other shit to read too. What are some pointers that you can give me about how I can kind of gauge that particular economy for each literary magazine?
I have another maybe helpful anecdote that I just realized contradicts my blanket assessment of cover letters. And I should have mentioned that we do not do submittable. I am old and old school, and I like to use the U.S. Postal Service, and I get a self-addressed stamped envelope with the story or essay published on facing side only, because I'm sorry, what the three of us do most is we sit and sit and sit and read, and then we have to get up to stretch our legs because that's all we do is read all day long. So that's easy, word to the wise. Make sure to be friendly formatting your work and sending it so that you get a receptive audience. But I will say, to answer your question, I have noticed, so what I do is I get the manuscript in the mail with a paperclip. I'm not kidding here, folks. With the paperclip and the self-addressed stamped envelope, I typically put the cover letter in the back, the paperclip, because you'd be surprised, some people don't put their name and email address on the submission. And if I throw away the cover letter, right, and maybe they forgot to send a self-addressed stamp envelope, and a couple of times this has happened, sorry to belabor it, but to the point of the smart gentleman in the back there, then I've gone back after reading a story that I just really dug, and they will have written in their otherwise unremarkable letter, I see that you published a story by Michelle Latiolais. That's the kind of writing that I do, which number one says that they're smart, and number two says that I'm very smart. So you see these kind of resonances, like why would someone want to send a story as appears in the current? Tell us when we need to get out our hard hats there, Anna, and take shelter. Why someone would very knowingly send a story to the Santa Monica Review, which is about Friedrich Engels getting on a train ride because his friend Karl Marx is too busy at home. I mean, I don't know who else is going to publish that, but someone out there knew that I was just the weirdo for this. I have to say, it's an amazing story. It's the first one of many great ones in this issue, which I would recommend. I mean, they're all great, but I mean, for me, someone out there knows that I'm a democratic socialist. They know that I care about racial and economic justice. They know that I try to put writing by women and LGBTQ people forward and trans people forward. And I can do that because no one gives a goddamn about a small little literary magazine. So I embrace that particular power. Next question, please. Yes. Another person published in the Santa Monica Review twice, Mona Lee Rose. She's very funny.
Thank you. I've noticed in various journals that I read, most of the short stories are between probably 10 to 12 printed pages. Is that intentional? Is that helpful for us to know that that's what you're looking for?
Question about page count.
Well, for us, no. I mean, it varies. Like, so basically, the way we look at it is the story needs to be as long as the story needs to be. So if it works in 10, 12 pages, great. We don't cut things down to a certain size because of a page count. It's because there's something, it's lagging or something's happening with it. To give you an example of that, the next issue of Ziziva, our fall issue, we have a short story from Brian Washington. You guys read Brian Washington? It's like about 50 pages long. So, but it works at 50 pages. It doesn't feel like 50 pages. So we're not wet. So in other words, it's not because, at least speaking for Ziziva, that we need to keep things at a certain pace. It needs to be 10, 12 pages because I don't know what the reader's attention span may be like. It's just that if it, what comes first is, does it work at a, at a given length?
All right, so we a different answer, okay? Where we do publish typically one piece of fiction. It is often in that sweet spot. I call it 3,000 to 5,000. I think that's probably true a lot of places. I'm not sure how or why, but it kind of feels like we do publish shorter things and longer things, though. Yes. And I say this because we do publish, narrative nonfiction and memoir. Not everyone here is a fiction writer. And so we've published a 22,000 word story about Carlos Castaneda, big issue for us. We've done those folios, which can be between 10,000 and 15,000 words. My editorial philosophy, if I have any, because I do have to play businessman sometimes, is that, look, we're quarterly, right? So, and if you're going to pay, $15 for this issue, I want to like just blow your mind. And you open up, there's so many things in here to read. Oh my gosh, it's gonna take me 3 months, right? Because there's so many stories. But that meant is that stories were shorter. And so we're experimenting right now for the first time. We are in book, meaning not as like a special cover package or as a folio. We put on this train robbery story is about 8,000 words. It's 12 pages. It's a big read for us, and it's a really great read. We would have run it at 10,000 words. However, we do cut things all the time. I mentioned poetry before. We're sort of edging back towards some magazine architecture, meaning we have a department now called Letter From, and the current issue is Letter from Berlin. And the New Yorker does them too, very different. They're basically just like a feature story set in Paris or something. Here, we're getting local reportage on an event that has some connection to California. So this Letter from Berlin is by a California writer who lives in Berlin. She's a novelist. And it's about a David Lynch art show. And there's a David Lynch art show coming to LA this fall. So it's like a curtain raiser to that. So that was the connection.
You get treated very well at Alta Journal because not only do they publish your story and put a picture of you on the inside, but they commission an artist to illustrate your story, which has got to be, some kind of amazing, tribute to you. And it's beautiful.
Very few publications commission original illustrations any longer. It's all done by AI, or they just don't do it. And some of these artists, they're using, colored pencils and oil paints and so on, and then taking pictures of. So when you tell them that you have to change something, oh my God, it's like telling Michelangelo,
Well, what Mr. Hearst has done is revive and celebrate Saturday Evening Post, Collier's, places where writers used to appear, get paid well for fiction regardless of the length of their writing. Help me out, Mike. Kurt Vonnegut, John Cheever. I mean, all these amazing people received a wider audience, and you could find their work on your coffee table when you walked in 1965, 1970, and that's what this beautiful journal is. And also, not just flatter a guy who paid me once for a story, but the comics on the back of Alta are as good as the ones in the New Yorker. I mean, come up here and steal this magazine when he's not looking, and you will recognize that he has encouraged, solicited, and advanced people who could otherwise be in the New Yorker.
And they are. Yeah. We're happy to compete with. Yeah, we're happy to compete with David Remnick.
Question. Yes.
I was hoping that you all could speak a little bit more about your readership. So in addition to what we can pick up from actually reading the magazines, I have a couple questions kind of hoping to pick and choose what you think would be most helpful to share about geographic distribution, the number of people who read the magazines, their kind of sensibilities in terms of a traditionally literary format versus something that's more inventive with use of language, politics. I feel like there's, for me personally, my writing, this kind of struggle where some of what I'm writing feels a little bit depressing because it's reflective of the moment, and so I wonder if people resonate with that, or if people are more needing a break from what's happening in the world when you pick up a magazine. And then, but you had mentioned that I think it was you who said you're back from some of your readers, and Ross said that was you. And I'm wondering what feedback you get and how you get that.
Thank you. My bad. I should have led with that and asked them to
repeat the
incorporate.
question.
Yeah, I will. For the people watching at home, the question is really a good one about our demographic, if you will, our audience, and all those things. We didn't talk about how many subscribers we have and who they are. So quickly, gentlemen, it's actually our last answer to your excellent question. Why don't we start with Zizova and try to hit 3 or 4 of those points? Who do you think's reading and subscribing to your journal, and why?
I have no idea. I don't think we've ever done a reader survey. Maybe we did some years ago. So I do know, just, and Laura Howard, who's here, she could speak to this. Yes, there's Laura. She's also part of Team Zizova. and handles a lot of the back end, which is crucial for us to exist. I would say like most of our subscribers are probably from California. Yeah, that's about right, Laura. That most of our subscribers are from California. I would say, yeah, they're mostly from California, probably mostly from the Bay Area. 80%. So you know, so we're aligned with our mission. I don't know what they like. I don't quite know what their you know, why they like us the way they like us. I do know this though. For the past at least couple of years, we've had a steady trickle upward. If someone could trickle upward, which it cannot, but nonetheless, work with me, of subscribers and single issue buyers. And I only bring that up because, you know, about 3 years ago, before I became the editor, that wasn't the case. You know, we would see sales, we see a bump when an issue would come out, and then nothing. And then when the next one came out, you get a bump, and then nothing. We're just seeing it continually now. So I'm guessing they like what we're doing. That's my guess. My other guess is, and this is something we actually talked about the other night, just informally, a group of us. I think we're skewing younger. I think we're getting a lot of much younger readers. And I only know that because of our events. So like I said, you know, we're up to about 10 events already. And I would say over the last 18 months, we've seen much younger people coming to our events. It's noticeable. Like people who I know they're in their 20s, but they look 15 to me. Yeah, like really young. As in to the point where like we did an event at City Lights, and Peter Morales up there, who's a wonderful person, by the way, and coordinates, does the events and stuff, like turned around to me. He's like, there's a lot of young people here. It's like, 'cause it's not a thing. That has not been a thing, honestly, I'd say for the past 5 years. You know? So that, I assume. I think one of the things, you know, and Blaze could speak to this, I think, because I think they're more locked in terms of what the readership is, what they want, and this sort of stuff. And because we're not as reliant on advertising, because one of the reasons why, the only reason, you know why they did reader surveys, right? The only reason why you used to do reader surveys was so you could give it to your ad department. And your ad department would then go and say, hey, look, go to, I don't know, Michelob, and tell them we have all these people in this demographic, and they have in this income range, and that's who's reading this. They go, fantastic. And then they go and they go get the ad. That was the reason for it. It wasn't on the editorial side at all. It was to sell ads. So, and why is that? Because this thing that we're doing, again, I want to tie it back to what you're doing, is very much feel. It's kind of your sense of what you think is important. What would I want to read? What do I think is interesting to me, right? And hopefully it's interesting to other people. You know, we don't have it down to an exact science, in other words. We're just kind of guessing and going with it and seeing what happens. And if you start seeing sales go up, then, I think we're doing something well. And if they start going down, it's like, well, doesn't mean what you're doing is off. It just, the audience doesn't seem to be there.
So I have access probably to more tools than Oscar does. And I think it's very, very instructive to look at what stories people are reading, to see what's resonating. We're not like trying to game our, what we publish online or in print that then goes online to, appease the Google gods or anything like that. It's more to know, are we doing the right thing? And we get letters to the editor. We have very vibrant social media channels. We publish, we have tens of thousands of readers. We have hundreds of thousands of people online coming to our site. You can always read one article free, and then almost all the books coverage is free too. So that gets a ton of traffic. The other thing is that, I'm sorry, just blanking here, we're talking about readership.
Yes.
Demographic, yeah. So this is really interesting. Okay, so we're not breaking news. There's nothing that says you have to subscribe to Alta Journal. It's $60 a year. We usually discount to 50 or even 25% off sometimes. Yet, so the average readership, the paid all access is sort of 50 and older, Gen X and older, people who grew up with magazines. And then around the pandemic, it started to change a little bit. There were younger people subscribing, and we're like, that's really interesting. Why is that? And sure enough, we have identified a cohort of, I'll call it 25 to 40, who are buying this, and we think it's because it's an object. It's like the anti. It's not a digital product. You can keep this on your coffee table, and people do keep these on their coffee tables. And that same, however, that audience from 40 to 55 or 35 to 50, they're not subscribing to print at all. And I think it's because they're more digital natives or something, or they don't like us, or they're busy raising families. We're not sure. But our readership is primarily in California, LA #1, San Francisco Bay Area #2, New York #3. So we're getting a national footprint.
And really quickly, before Andrew chimes in, we're fine with politically depressing stuff.
We are a Trump-free zone. We are a Trump-free zone. We really avoid politics. We just want let's take a break from it. Let's come in here, immerse yourself, enjoy.
Okay, so, Trump, all right. But 2 years ago, both responding to the conversation and building the conversation, these guys did an amazing piece on urban coyotes in the Bay Area, which had been covered by the New York Times, the LA Times, the way that reporters do. They added photographs, meditation, statistics, analysis, experts on the coyote population, which if you live out here, there was a photo of one of them trotting down Market Street or some damn thing or whatever.
Swimming to Angel Island.
So this guy is one of those people who sets the agenda. Don't discount what he's saying here. He responds to and also sort of sets the agenda. We're almost there, folks. We appreciate that you're spending your lunch hour with us. Santa Monica Review has a small readership. We're lucky that the college, we have a Medici, a guy who loves me and who's committed to sneaking us into the budget. But you will notice, I'll end on this. These guys are going to charge you for a copy of their magazine. I don't have to do that. I brought a whole box of free ones because that's the only way that I have of advertising. It's this issue right here, which has Janet Fitch, Yoni Galanter from UC Irvine, Maceo Montoya, who's an alum, and who's been, maybe he's one of the three. Holy shit, I think I gave away a clue. Scavenger hunt, folks, write that one down. There's more. Rhoda Huffy, also a possibility. James Warner, Cody Harrison, Stephen Cooper, Dylan Landis. You recognize some of these names. So there's a box next to the lovely co-director of the fiction program right there, Lisa Alvarez, and we hope you'll take a copy or 2 or 10 and subscribe to the magazine. Thank you for your attendance. We appreciate you.
Wait, all proceeds go to Community of Writers of Sales of Alta. So.
And these are only $10, so close to free. Because originally it's $17 for the cover price.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, everyone.
And Katie Hayes will be here at 1 o'clock with her craft talk. Go stretch your legs, get some iced tea, and we'll see you back soon. go home to, you will be able to bring some of that with you. A few announcements before today's 1 o'clock craft talk begins. Do not forget to pick up tomorrow's manuscripts today downstairs. All right, don't leave the building without having done that. If you ever happen to do, and I'm saying this because it has happened, all you need to do is email Brett or myself, and we will come down here very late at night and let you in, and then not speak about you in a definite, in an identifying way in the future, right? But use you as a cautionary tale, right? But yeah, so please remember to pick up your manuscripts before you go today. If there's ever any shortage, come and see us, and we will print up some manuscripts for you. If you have an individual conference with Greg Spatz, as a few lucky people do, you should have received an email from us to pick up your manuscripts prior to your individual conference. Greg does things a little differently. So your manuscripts, which he has marked up, are waiting for you in the office. So if you have Greg Spatz, come and see us. We will give you the manuscripts. He'd like you to look those over before your conference to make more of the conference. Yes, you can attend open workshop today, even if you didn't attend it yesterday. It's not that kind of open, it's not that kind of workshop. So you are welcome to spend your afternoon in the Pocket Bar. I also want to say the published alumni are beginning to arrive in the Valley, which is very exciting. Tomorrow we will celebrate them with a reception and their readings. Their books are in the bookstore. Is Vishwas Gaitande with us right now? He was here earlier. Vishwas is coming back with his first published collection of stories, which was long listed for the PEN Award for debut story collection. I have seen Happy People. He was so happy to come back this morning with his book. Looking forward to those happy people. You'll recognize them. They look happier than the rest of us, right? And now here's my co-director and friend, Louis B. Jones.
Hi. Katie Hayes. Katie Hayes is known to the world outside the Valley as the New York Times bestselling author of The Cloisters and Saltwater. But we know her as a neighbor who lives just up the hill here in Olympic Valley and who works as an adjunct professor of art history, teaching rural students from Truckee to Tacopa. She also serves on the board as the secretary of the board for the Community of Writers. She holds an MA in art history from Williams College and got her PhD in art history at Berkeley. Her academic writing's been published in Ashgate, an imprint of Rutledge, and occasionally her humor writing appears in McSweeney's Internet Tendency. Today, she will be delivering her craft talk, From Foundations to Fixtures, How to Revise and Renovate a Novel, and maybe also a house. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Louis. I'm going to try to make... There we go. Can you guys all hear me okay? Great. This is always really fun for me. I live in the Valley full time, and it's not a place where a lot of writers live full time. I think we have around 800 people who live here year round. So it's actually a really small community of people. And it's really fun when the community of writers is in the Valley for me personally, because it's this moment of, kind of culture and arts descending on Tahoe, which is for us, I'm obviously a big skier, trail runner, cyclist. There's a lot of that up here. There's less arts and culture. And it's not at all surprising to me that I would sit down to write this talk. Actually, do you guys mind? Can I hold this? Okay, perfect. It's just easier for me to see the pages that way. It's not at all surprising to me that I would sit down to write this talk after having just turned in a revision on my latest novel. Because if you do this job long enough, you will realize that the work isn't really writing. It isn't drafting, it's revising or rewriting or editing. Whatever you want to call it, it is revisiting. At least that's true for most of us. There are some writers, of course, who survived some hellacious past life and as a result have been gifted with the ability to write only one draft. But these writers are so rare that I'm going to assume you, like me, are someone whose work requires revision. What do we really mean when we talk about revision and editing? Typically, we break the work of revision into 3 categories: developmental edits, line edits, and copy edits. Developmental edits are what most of us spend the majority of our time on, retooling character arcs and rejiggering pacing, and perhaps even removing entire subplots or adding them back in. Line edits, of course, are the polish, the many small changes that, when made at the sentence level across an entire book, can add up to something significant. And the copy editor, who so often feels like an antagonist or a villain for the writer, although luckily one that can be defanged with the simple word stet, a Latin term for let stand or no, that, anyways, the copy editor is an entirely necessary and blessed check on a writer's more unruly impulses. We're so used to saying when a copywriter highlights a sentence is not working, just saying, no, it's for voice, I promise. And yet these stages of revision can feel daunting to the writer. Where to begin? How do we approach? What does our story need? Revision is, in fact, the most hidden act of the writer. All we, as the reader, can see is a finished, polished draft. Sure, of course, one can visit Fitzgerald's archive at Princeton, piece together the way he and Maxwell Perkins moved around Jay Gatsby's backstory, but most of us don't have the time, and for those of us who have written many novels, there's still no feeling quite as jarring as the transition from a book that has just gone through past pages, the final stage of the publishing revision process, to a new first draft. And this is, I think, still for me the most awful experience of turning in a book, seeing this really beautiful finished product, and then having to begin again with a first draft. It's terrible. You think it's going to be great, it never is. So we're always left wondering, how did we get here? And in truth, it's a question of how do we get there? What does the process of revision look like? Why don't we get to see other writers suffer the way we suffer? Whenever I feel this way, I find it helpful to remind myself that revision is both incremental and seismic. It's structural and full of finesse. It is, in that sense, like fixing up a house and readying it for sale. So let's assume the following things. A, that you have a finished draft. Perhaps this is book length, or perhaps it's not yet book length. As a novelist, I feel most equipped to talk about the novel, but this advice, I hope, can be scaled down for the short story or amended slightly for the memoir. But in either case, you have a draft. I'm not concerned here with how drafts come to be. My first drafts are usually around 60,000 words, which is usually 40,000 short of where they end up when they're published. And while I have started the book with a character named Molly, I usually have ended it with a character named Marge, whose mother I decided was dead halfway through, so that she simply just, slips off the page around, page 95. No worries that there's no discernible journey for Molly or Marge, or that the novel has started as a thriller and ended as a drama, just so long as it didn't start out as a novel and end in tears. This is quite normal for early drafts, and it is not something worth worrying about. Some of you, I hope, will be cleaner drafters than I, but regardless, you will have to make changes to this draft, to this story, to this shaggy effort that you had thought would be a masterpiece, but is, in fact, kind of a disaster. Many of you are spending this week receiving feedback on your work, feedback that is supposed to prime you to return to your desk, eager and invigorated and full of optimism. In truth, this is not usually how I return to my desk when I'm readying myself for revision. In fact, I usually return to my desk and cannot find the energy to start for quite some time. I usually have to wait for the reservoir to fill up with guilt and self-loathing before I finally sit down and really begin. But what has helped me, and what I hope will help you, is thinking about revision as something muscular and challenging and spatially complex. I think about revision as I think about remodeling a home. In fact, I often say to my editor or my agent, I think I need to take this back to the studs, or it just needs a new fresh coat of paint, or the setting is right, but the wiring is all wrong. What I mean in each instance is that there is still work to be done. Sometimes this is tedious, back-breaking work, but it is deeply satisfying labor. So where do you start with novels, as with houses? Let us start where we will end, and that is with your parcel of land, or the lot. The old saw in real estate is, buy the worst house in the best location. This is usually true of novels, too. Our first and highest commitment is to the landscape of our novel. This landscape is not physical or geographic, although it can be. Look at Larry McMurtry or Cormac McCarthy. On a side note, I'm on this huge Larry McMurtry kick, and if you have not gone back and had like an entire summer where you reread Lonesome Dove or any of his earlier novels, I highly recommend it. I've been obsessed all summer. In any case, the landscape is not physical or geographic, but it is emotional. You must ask yourself, ideally before you begin a draft, but if not, now is also a good time, what land am I building my story on? Perhaps the lot is a love story or a romance. Perhaps it's a family story, a wedding story, a man against the elements story. Perhaps it's a horror novel. Perhaps the parcel is actually the contours of your own body. In which case, you must always take special care. We've had a lot of memoirs this spring that have done just that, and I'm thinking in particular of Famesick and also, to a lesser extent, Strangers. It's tempting to think of the landscape as identical to the one-sentence pitch for your novel, that dreaded log line, the simple, effective way to distill your story. And while I love a good log line, and I think they can be a great way of beginning a story to figure out if you really have something, this is not the same thing as the neighborhood in which you have decided to buy a bad house. For example, talking about books that are in the news right now, Yesteryear is about a trad wife who wakes up in 1855, but the novel's actually building itself somewhere in the neighborhood of Gone Girl, or worse, M. Night Shyamalan's The Village. Actually, I really love that movie. I think it's kind of underrated. In the case of a novel like Le Divorce, and if you hear me talk long enough, it's likely I'll attempt to force a Diane Johnson novel on you. And trust me, for this, you will thank me. The property on which the house is built is a comedy of manners. Its neighbors include everyone from Edith Wharton to Evelyn Waugh and Nancy Mitford. Everything she builds on that site is designed to fit the neighborhood and the landscape. As a writer, knowing whose neighborhood you're moving into is key. You can't change the neighborhood once you've built the house. You can, and we'll get to that at the end of this talk, but for right now, let's assume it's important to know what neighborhood you're choosing and why. Maybe it's the school district, or the community pools, or the aspirational residence. The nice thing is, in fiction, it's free to build in the better performing school district. Not so true in life. Now, though, we have to move on to the house itself, the part we're most concerned with. If the neighborhood is aspirational, the house, particularly in early drafts, is less so. Let's not spend too much time asking ourselves how the house got there, where you got the lumber and the nails and the expertise. For those of you who outline and draft cleanly, perhaps the house looks pretty good. There are walls and rooms and a kitchen with functional plumbing, or described another way, characters who move and breathe life into the narrative. And things happen. Risk and decisions are endured. Sure, here and there, a door might squeak against the casing or a window might stick, but you're feeling pretty smug about your contractor skills. For others, your house will look like it has only barely survived a lightning strike. The roof is collapsed, the windows are burned out, the curtains completely singed. This is where I usually begin, for the record, with drafts that, if they were houses, would be condemned. But that is okay. Whatever stage your draft is at, my suggestion is always to start by performing a walkthrough. Reread your draft. for those of you who, like me, have documents that are stretching to be called drafts, reread them anyway. Whatever you have, reread it. Do a walkthrough. Is it wise to have some distance from the book at this point? Yes, it always is, but it's not strictly necessary, particularly with early drafts. And I often find myself sort of forced to do my revisions after only a few days out of the book early on. But all that is to say, it's time to walk through. Take note of the ceiling lights you hate and the fact you want to replace the oven. But maybe also observe the fact that in the living room, there's excellent natural light and an original banister from the 19th century that is effectively irreplaceable today. While you walk through, take notes. In the document or in a separate notebook, I find both helpful. I write everything from, I write very helpful things like no, bad, and fix, alongside a notebook where I write things like, we could get more of Molly. Dialogue between Molly and Marge could go on a beat longer everywhere, and look at the transitions from past to present tense. Is there any way to send the reader there more cleanly? Ideally, all you are doing in this moment is assessing the structure for what you can save. And this is true of houses and novels too. There's usually almost always something worth saving. Perhaps also you're asking yourself, how can I turn this into the novel I had originally envisioned? When you are done with your walkthrough, you will ideally have a sense of the work that needs to be completed. At this stage, and at most stages, I don't find it advisable to bring anyone in just yet. We're still in the process of shaping the novel, the house, into our vision. Because of that, I don't want my mother or my sister or my best friend coming in and saying, you know, you could take out that wall and it would really open up the space, or worse, I hear this neighborhood is actually in the decline. Something we hear about novel genres all the time too as writers. No, usually at this early stage, I'm not ready for feedback yet. Instead, early on, we must roll up our sleeves. Even if you are the lucky person whose draft only has squeaky doors and tight hinges, once you're in the space for enough time, you might realize that you need to rehang all the doors or the windows that seem squeaky. But actually, they're painted shut. In this moment, I cannot stress it enough, be brave in the face of the work. And I'm exhorting us to be brave because we often are, as writers, not only attached to our characters and sentences and jokey lines on page 17, but we are also, and I really speak for myself here, inherently lazy. It's quite a lot of work to write a book, and even more work to revise it. And so if we think we can get away with not double checking for termite damage in our houses, we usually will. But trust me, you will eventually need to perform that inspection. Some agent or editor or, God forbid, reader will point out to us that there is damage. So let us be brave and early in our work. Let us require our tools, which are usually a cadre of beverages and light snacks, and let us close all of the tabs on the internet and get down to it. But how? We have a list of things that need repair, but how do we start? Are we not paralyzed in that moment? And sure, the house is leaky, but it's still a house. It's recognizable. The act of revision, of renovation, is also always, out of necessity, an act of destruction. This is very scary. The work we will do will make your house, your story, unrecognizable for quite some time. So it's natural on the precipice of beginning that you, don't really want to. But we steel ourselves to discover through this revision that what our story wants to tell us. Perhaps we anticipated a cozy 2-bedroom, but an unexpected pregnancy is the thing to add tension, and so we need more rooms. Or perhaps it's a horror novel, but it lacks a basement, an attic, or a hidden space. These we must build. Perhaps we have discovered that half of the novel unfolds in the dining room. This is a personal tick of mine in early drafts. Almost every scene, the characters are going out to dinner. They eat a lot of dinner in a first draft. Whatever these changes are, though, of course, we have to work through them. We will delete chapters, add scenes, discover new characters. This work is often quite tiring because it's structural. In fact, this stage of revision is deeply unglamorous. And when our friends and spouses, and sometimes awfully our parents, check in on our progress, They will slowly back out the door saying things like, quite a project you've got here, and you can always sell at a loss, or have you considered getting professional help? This is okay. It's normal. No one else at this stage can see what the house will look like when we are done. But then that is the special magic accorded to the writer. We can see what is not there. So what does the work look like in practice? In the novel I just turned into my editor, this has meant restructuring the entire beginning of the book so that things happened more quickly. This is always the annoying thing about novels. Readers want something to happen. And as an aside, I know yesterday Charles Baxter was mentioned and his character Captain Happen. It comes from this wonderful lecture he gave at the Hugo House. It's on YouTube on plot, and I would really recommend it. He's a wonderful teacher and speaker. But this work means sacrificing some of the things that made the house charming in the beginning. But we're sacrificing these things that made it charming so that it will be a better, more functional place to live in the long run. Perhaps we liked the bay windows. They are pretty and decorative and graceful, but they contributed to bad airflow. The house is stagnant. We must take them out. We must not be sentimental about our bay windows. We must prioritize the livability of the home, the movement of the story, over our love of pretty tchotchkes and outdoor follies. Sometimes, of course, there is a sudden breeze in the house, and while this is refreshing, we quickly discover it's because you've removed an entire exterior wall and don't yet have a plan for what will be put in its place. That's fine. We are still building as we go. Sometimes the process is belabored. With my second novel, The Land, the neighborhood never changed. It was always a novel about performances of innocence and familial closeness. And those performances we enact strictly for ourselves. But in its earliest stages, the novel had many iterations. At first, the novel unfolded over a wedding weekend. I think I had just read Cassandra at the Wedding or Seating Arrangements or one of the many stellar wedding books and thought, yes, this is a great container. I'll use it myself. But every time I did a revision on the book, it was stagnant. The family was too insular, the wedding was overstuffed, and the narrative wouldn't move. Every draft, I deleted all of my work, all of it. And truly, I do this a lot, throwing out entire drafts and starting completely anew. I knew the book wasn't working. And in fact, I have a handout that is here that I hope you guys will pick up afterwards, which actually provides the opening of the first 5 drafts of the novel. I think sometimes we don't get to see what revision looks like ever in practice. And I think it can be really helpful to see what a writer's first draft looks like and then all the way to the finished product. So this is here for you to pick up and look at. And you'll note that every single opening is different, which was pretty brutal, but it happens. But see, novels are like houses in that there are many ways also to build an effective one. These drafts that you'll see weren't terrible, but they were salt boxes, Cape Cods, ranch-style homes, all perfectly nice places to live, but I wanted a villa, a palazzo, a slim Aaron's house perched along a rocky coastline, and I was willing to be ruthless in the pursuit of this house. Finally, as I threw out one draft after another, I realized that what I needed was a second story. In other words, a character who was not part of the existing family. Let us assume that after this structural stage, the narrative is sounder. It's stable. It's livable. Many writers will invite friends over at this point. And if this is you, if you feel that you are ready for outside voices, I suggest throwing a housewarming party. You have labored away, making your roof watertight and your windows lovely. You've reoriented everything so that you get morning sun and still get to watch the evening sunset. But a word of caution. This is not the moment to show your home remodel to your jealous sister, Kathy, the one who finds anything to criticize. No, what you want is a kind group of people to invite to your housewarming. And these people will say things like, have you noticed that the hot and cold tap in the bathroom have been switched? And your ice maker doesn't appear to be working. And one of them will say, did you know that the bedroom still has a wall of plastic sheeting instead of an actual physical wall? And again, this is fine because they say it in gentle voices with compassion for your struggle, because ideally they too are fixing up their own houses. Perhaps this is an unpopular point of view, but I am, as a writer, skeptical of what has become known as the beta reader or critique partner. I tend to believe that too many cooks in the kitchen spoil the broth, especially early on. I believe this because many of us, okay, me, I do this, are guilty of inviting friends into our work, hoping that the feedback will only be, I love what you've done with the place. It is the job of each individual writer to understand how they respond to and take on criticism. For some of us, our structures are quite fragile in the beginning, and housewarmings do more harm than good. Why am I laboring on this? It's not because I don't take notes from my agent or my editor or my husband, who happens to be the best reader of my work. I do. But since many of you are here workshopping your pages, I simply want to say you don't have to take on every single piece of feedback. If an attendee at your housewarming says, you know what would be great? If there was a dead body in the basement, but the novel is not a mystery, you must ignore them. That said, the feedback you want to take on the least, the friend who gently points out the gradual foundation subsidence in the back bedroom, is probably the thing you may have to pay attention to most. Alas, this is the unfortunate thing about writing a novel, because inevitably someone always says something like, oh, I think you might totally need to restructure the first act of your book, and you think, absolutely not, you're an idiot, it's supposed to be like that, this is art. It's easy to convince ourselves we can live with that subsidence, with the slow first act, because it would take us a lot of work to fix it. But remember, we have to do this work before we can sell the house, or else we'll be obligated to provide a seller's discount, and nobody wants that. The notes that your housewarming guests provide are usually less about the structure of the house, which you've often fixed up on your own, and more about the details you have neglected or overlooked. Perhaps a character arc isn't working the way it should. Perhaps someone needs to fall in love. Perhaps the polish on the brass, which you labored over, isn't getting the fawning attention you had hoped for. All of this is fine. It is expected because we are not yet done with the house. We are simply moving to the interior. Identifying your interior work is often helped by these early readers, but it is also helped by distance. Ideally, as you progress through your drafts, you will have more time between returning to them. Perhaps you will visit other houses. In other words, you will read. The hardest thing for a writer is to approach their work with sufficient dispassion and distance. I'm lucky, I feel often, to have come from an academic background where violence against oneself and one's work is a required skill. But such shrewd evaluation of your work is often helped by visiting the houses of writers you love. Nothing will make you feel worse about your line-level writing than reading Joy Williams. If I'm working on a comic novel, I like to spend some time in the houses of Diane Johnson, Paul Beatty, and Percival Everett to remind myself what is possible. If I'm working on a suspense novel, I read Ira Levin, Christopher Bolin, and Gillian Flynn. Literary Zillow, it turns out, is as satisfying as the real thing. Imagine the lives we could have written imagine the lives we could live had we written those books, built those houses. And once you have developed a sufficiently devastating case of imposter syndrome, we return again to the work. This time we look at fixtures, we select tile, we choose wallpaper, we decorate, add flourishes. At this juncture, it often saves time and energy to select your fixtures all at once for the bathrooms, kitchens, etc. Welcome to the Sierra, by the way. We love it here, but it is occasionally very windy. What does this mean for the novel? It means that it can be productive to look at one relationship over the course of the novel or one character arc. It can mean doing a pass through the book where the only thing you do is look at setting or add atmosphere. This doesn't mean you can't combine fixtures with wallpaper, where in this case, wallpaper is the romance between two characters. You often can and must see how these two things work together. But this is the hard thing about both writing and houses. Holding both things in your mind at the same time can be challenging. And in this sense, I do think revising a novel is actually a very spatial experience. If you tend to think spatially, I find it much easier. At this stage, as we make these smaller changes, we must still remain open to standing in our bedrooms and thinking, you know what? I never noticed it before, but I actually think we should take that entire wall down, or we need a bigger closet. As writers, we prefer, understandably, to simply put up the wallpaper and be done with it. But the real work, the kill your darlings work, as everyone intones, is being willing to finish an entire interior exactly to your liking, and then being willing to entirely reimagine that very same space. This, of course, is heartrending. This is the killing your darlings. At this juncture, for writers who want more advice and structure on their revisions, I do suggest several things. First, as I already mentioned, we've heard talk about Charles Baxter and his wonderful lecture at Hugo House. He also has a great collection of craft essays called Burning Down the House. I'm a big fan of Margot Livesey's essay collection, Hidden Machinery. Neither of these are books about revision per se, but they are about the craft and act of writing. And I often find in between drafts of my books, it can be really helpful to read an interesting craft essay on character or on plot or whatever is giving me the most trouble in that moment. The most practical, helpful guide to revision I've found, if you're standing in front of your condemned house and wondering what now, is Sandra Schofield's The Last Draft. In general, I like Sandra Schofield's work. She also has a book on scenes, and I like it because it's deeply technical. It's not kind of Lisa Cron story genius or Save the Cat writes a novel. It's the writerly equivalent of wonky, and I really do enjoy that. Many writers I know have also enjoyed Matt Bell's Refuse to Be Done, although I have not myself read it yet. And there is one last thing I feel compelled to note before we move on, which is that often all of this work is best done away from the book or out of the house. It's difficult to see what needs doing if you're not performing your necessary walkthroughs, but often possibilities appear when you are further from home. For me, I live here in the Valley, and I like to revise April through October because I find trail running is a great way, quite literally, to get out of the house and think about the book. Perhaps for you, that's walking. Sometimes it's driving. Other times still, it's staring out the window. But my last piece of advice is, if you can get out of the house, do. Also, yes, I know this metaphor is becoming belabored, and no, I will not let it go. Well, that's not entirely true. We must, it turns out, let it go. Because the worst and most unfortunate thing about the house and the novel is that often, in the end, you need to sell it. We are not its final destined audience. We have done all this work to suit ourselves and our tastes, and now we must hope that it suits someone else's too. Usually, before this happens, a real estate agent comes in, or in our case, a literary agent, and helps us repair the last few things we could not see our own way to fix. They insist we stage the house, and we acquiesce, grateful that finally someone else is as invested in this thing we have built as ourselves. We go limp in their arms. Finally, an expert is on the scene. And this expert decides the season during which the house will go on the market. Not during the summer, because summer Fridays, and not in November, December, or January, because of the holidays, and maybe not after Labor Day or mid-January either, because that's when all the houses hit the market. But early May usually sounds great. Putting your precious house on the market can ultimately go many ways. Your house can sit on the market for months, perhaps finally getting a modest offer. It's a tough market, your agent will say. Too many sellers, not enough buyers. And isn't that always the case? Perhaps even you have to pull the house off the market and wait until conditions improve. Maybe you cut your losses. Maybe you consider arson for insurance payouts. Incidentally, I have done the literary equivalent of that. Not arson, but performing a Viking's funeral for books that have not sold. But every now and then, you have the right house at the right time and many bidders come in. Sometimes it turns out your house goes over ask, multiple offers. I read recently that the number of homes going for over $1 million or more in San Francisco over ask has significantly increased over the last few months. And alas, this remains untrue for novels. Nevertheless, in the end, we hope the house sells. But the sale cannot be the reason we do the work. We do the work because we must. We do the work because otherwise our nervous energy goes elsewhere and ruins our lives. We do the work because if we did not, our loved ones would say to us, "Hey, have you considered getting a hobby?" We do the work because we cannot drive by an old abandoned house without thinking, "I wonder," or "It just needs a fresh coat of paint," or "Why not?" The work then is the thing that is meaningful to us. It is laborious but satisfying. It is frankly compulsive. Let us end then where we began, driving through the landscape. Regardless of whether or not the house has sold, we will inevitably find ourselves on the road again. We will visit towns or cities or coastal stretches that call to us. We will find ourselves slowing at the glimpse of a for sale sign, rubbernecking the appealing acreage, taking in the views and wondering, what if I built here? Perhaps even we have sworn off doing this again. The first time was too hard, too heartbreaking, but then we see it, the perfect house, the perfect idea. And luckily an idea, unlike land, unlike a house, is free. And so we start to build again. Thank you. And I know we have a few minutes for questions if anyone has questions about the revision process. Yeah, I see that. The question was, when you do a walkthrough, when you reread a draft, what do you think about printing out the draft? And I will say I print out every single draft. I cannot do a reread on a screen. I always have a physical copy. And in fact, today I was looking at the stack. I just keep a stack of the drafts on a novel in progress. And I was looking at it today in my office as I was printing out this talk. And I thought, what am I going to do with like the 1,500 pages of paper over there? I have to kind of figure out what to do with them. So I really like a physical copy, even if it's a really shaggy draft. Yeah. Did I see? Yeah.
So when you're at the stage of you've written the full draft and then you're going to go back and start over, I wonder, this is where I get tangled up, is that it's a long, right? Or memoirs are long pieces of work. Do you fix up the first chapter and make it all pretty and then move on to the next one, or are you just trying to revise across the whole manuscript?
The question was, when you're working on something that's novel length or memoir length, how do you begin? Do you work incrementally through the individual chapters, or do you work across the entire document? I personally like to do an initial read through where I read the book through without stopping. I just take notes. I read it. And then when I'm done, I'll usually have a bunch of notes in a notebook and notes on the page. And if I feel that I need to do another read through, I will, but usually once is enough. And then I sort of start a plan of action for myself. All writers like to do this differently, but I just kind of go through my document. I look at all my notes in the margins. I look at the notes I've taken, and then I start to arrange them into groupings, perhaps character, setting, pacing, places where it's dragging, things like that. Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to read back to the names of the writers whose books you said we should get. Matt Bell, Sandra Schofield, Margot Lindsay, Charles
No, I think that's right. It was the names that I listed of the writers whose work I really enjoy. Margot Livesey's Hidden Machinery, Charles Baxter's Burning Down the House, Sandra Schofield, I think it's called The Last Draft. She also has a really great book on scene work. As I said, it's very wonky. You'll find it very technical, but it's nice. Yeah. Yeah.
So if your novel is 100,000 words, how many total words do you think you have written before you get to that 100,000 words?
The question was, if your novel is 100,000 words, how many words have you written to get to that place? I think this depends entirely on the novel. Some novels come more easily than others. Some novels you write a first draft and actually it's pretty solid. Some novels you write a first draft and you throw it away. You write a second draft, you throw it away. You write a third draft, you throw it away. So I can say handily I have my second novel, I think I probably wrote 600,000 words before I got to that 100,000. And my most recent novel, it was less. And there's no... I wish I said, the more you do it, the better you get, the less you waste. But that's not the case. It just depends on the book. Yeah.
In your experience, when do you determine that you want to throw away the full draft and start new?
The question was, when do you know if you have to throw away a draft and start anew? And I think this is going to depend how each individual writer works. I am a writer who doesn't outline. I don't like to, I can't. And I think that writers who do outline probably throw away much less work than I throw away. So for me, when I'm drafting early on, I'm just trying to find the story. I don't even really know yet what the outlines of the story will be. And I think it's just a very individual answer for each writer, depending on how they work. Yeah. Yeah, the question was how, when you are preparing yourself for a developmental edit and you have a list of things to do, how do you kind of convince yourself to get started? Are there any tips or tricks? I like self-loathing personally, but I think every writer is different. I also find for me, I know some writers can't or don't work this way. I usually, when I'm revising, it takes me about a week to get into a book. I really have to let the guilt build up behind the dam. But then once I'm going, I find I always call it the on-ramp. You're sort of slow getting back into the book. The first 3 chapters feel like pulling teeth. And then suddenly, you can start making real targets. Like, I'm going to do half of this chapter today, or I'm going to do 1 chapter a day. Or, I do think the process of getting back into a book, especially when you have to take it apart, is really daunting. Anyone else? No? Okay, I'll hand it over to Lisa. Oh, no? Yeah, do we have... I don't think we have any more questions. I think so. They're all ready to revise.
Katie has handouts that demonstrate all that she has been talking about up here. The wind has not yet blown them away, right? And if you're concerned about the weather conditions, know that we have alternative plans. We will let you know as soon as we make our decisions. So many options. Hello, hello. Hi, it's me again. And it's you again out there in the audience. Welcome. I'm sort of the cuckoo clock of the writing conference. I appear every hour on top of the hour to get things going. We really appreciate you understanding that we live in a changing weather world here. And I really want to thank the staff and the participants who helped move all those chairs out of the rain. Thank you, thank you. I know some of your names and not all your names, so I'm not going to identify anyone by name, but if you notice someone who is incredibly damp next to you, please be kind to them. They have labored on behalf of all of us. And thank you. Know that we always just try and keep the conference going, right? This is why you're here. And boy, you are in for a treat in this hour. I'm going to hand the mic over to Dana Johnson.
Hello. I'm Dana Johnson, and I want to just begin the panel. Our panel is called Hello, Characterization Meet Dialogue. And I was going to do very, very brief introductions because we can read up on all these amazing people on the Community of Writers website. But I do want to give you a little taste of who these amazing people are lined up next to me here. First, I have B. Sachs, and they are the author of City of a Thousand Gates and the Lover, and they're the recipient of the Janet Heidinger Kafka Prize. Yes, which congratulations on that. It's amazing. And next I have Patricia K. Myers, and Patty has written screenplays for Martin Scorsese, Robert De Niro, and the major studios, and has produced movies for television. She's also produced the ABC miniseries The Women of Brewster Place. And a woman who needs no introduction, our very own favorite Janet Fitch. The author of White Oleander, Painted Black, The Revolution of Marina M., and Chimes of a Lost Cathedral. And last but definitely not least is my dear housemate, Leslie Daniels, who is the author of Cleaning Nabokov's House, and her fiction and essays have been published in literary journals, including the Santa Monica Review, Plowshares, and the Missouri Review. So welcome, everybody. I'm looking forward to this conversation. So when I was asked to do this panel, I was super excited because yesterday I said flashbacks were my favorite thing to do, but I kind of lied because dialogue is my favorite thing to do. And I came to dialogue really young as the kid of Southerners. So I was born and raised in LA, and my parents are from Tennessee. And every summer without fail, I would go to Tennessee from LA, and I was always very, very enamored with the voices that I heard, the way people spoke, their poetry and the language, the figurative language. And so I kind of developed an ear of like listening for the dialogue and how they told stories and their phrasing and all of that. And so I brought that into my fiction. And so just, of course, we all know what dialogue does. It provides information, drives plot, builds tension, provides subtext, and all of these things are very important to building character. And there's types of dialogue, right? There's quoted dialogue, indirect or summarized dialogue, voice-driven dialogue, where we can understand a character's context and identity. But rather than talk about all of this in the abstract, I've asked the panelists to bring examples of characterization through dialogue, examples that they think are particularly terrific. And then I have questions too, if we can get to that. And I encourage the panelists to sort of chime in about each other's examples with things that you've noticed or appreciate about those examples as well. And so, B, I think. Okay, okay. Absolutely. I'll start with Leslie down at the end. So I'm sorry.
Thank you. Is that on or that now? Is that on?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is from this wonderful novel called Why Did I Ever by Mary Robeson, and it's in tiny little paragraphs. Some of them are numbered, and some of them have a little title, and it looks like a totally experimental work of art, but it reads like an amazing novel, because it is. So I'm going to read 3 little sections that are consecutive. This one's titled, "And It's Just My Size." Hollis reads to me from a dictionary. Oscillate, a vibrating motion as things move backward and forward, vary or vacillate between differing conditions and become stronger and weaker. Huh, I say. Well, but that describes me. That's the first one. Second one is, "Can I just say something?" he asks, and he starts to. So I remind him that permission to say something is not permission to say anything. Therefore, he decides to write down for me in longhand what it is that he has to say, or he would like to. He attempts to. First, he must test his pen for ink. I vacate the room without ever learning if his letter-writing effort is successful. That was number 34. And the next paragraph is called, "All We Do Is Argue." "I know what you're thinking," I say to myself. "Okay," I say, "what?" "It's the thing in your hand. You're thinking that it goes someplace." "Then where does it go?" I ask. "Well, not up here," I say as I'm climbing the stairs. "So important to you to be right," I say, climbing back down. One of the things I feel about this writer is that she's continuously challenging herself to do something new, to break some rule. And so I have the feeling that I always crave, which is I'm reading something I've never seen before. It's so outrageous, and I'm also deeply enamored of how spare it is. It's not a lot of words. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Are you ready?
Well, just to say, I love what you read. I have to get the title from you. But when you were reading it, I had the feeling of reading Grace Paley for the first time, and just the sense of like, oh, I didn't know you were allowed to do that. That's great, yeah.
I would also say that the subtext of conflict is so embedded in every line, and that creates amazing tension between the characters, even though we know very little about them.
I don't think there's a speck of congruency in this work. It's always 2 different points of view, totally, even when she's talking to herself.
And subtext for me is, again, where the heat is. Usually what's being said is not what's meant. And I love when work does that, where we get, a line where "how did you sleep" doesn't really mean "how did you sleep," it means "fuck you," right? So that's the kind of dialogue that I really appreciate.
It means you snore.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Patty, do you want to read your section?
I decided to go with a tried and true favorite, When Harry Met Sally. And I actually worked with Nora Ephron, so it's particularly poignant to be reading her words. If you remember, Sally and Harry first meet when they're driving home from New York from college, and I'll just be Harry and Sally for a bit and enjoy the subtext. And most importantly, how each passage completely illuminates who they are, what they want, what they need. So they're in the car. Harry takes out a bunch of grapes, starts to eat them. Sally: "I have this all figured out. It's an 18-hour trip, which breaks down to 6 shifts of 3 hours each, or alternatively, we could break it down by mileage. There's a map on the visor. I've marked it to show the locations where we change shifts. You can do 3 hours. Harry offers her grape. "Oh no, I don't like to eat between meals." Harry spits a grape seed out the window, which doesn't happen to be down. Harry says, "I'll roll down the window." After a lengthy silence, Harry: "I hope this isn't going to be one of those trips with a lot of long, awkward silences." Sally: "Me too." Then a long, awkward silence. Harry: "Why don't you tell me the story of your life?" Sally, the story of my life. Harry, we've got 18 hours to kill before we get to New York. Sally, the story of my life isn't even going to get us out of Chicago. I mean, nothing's happened to me yet. That's why I'm going to New York. Harry, so something can happen to you? Yes. Like what? Like I'm going to go to journalism school and become a reporter. Oh, so you can write about things that happen to other people? Sally, that's one way to look at it. Harry, suppose nothing happens to you. Suppose you live there your whole life and nothing happens and you never meet anyone and you never become anything. And finally you die one of those New York deaths where nobody even notices for 2 weeks until the smell drifts out into the hallway. Sally looks over at Harry. Who am I stuck in this car with? She looks back at the road.
That's amazing.
There's more, but I'll stop.
So obviously the antagonism is very important in that these are just two very different folks is really the, yeah.
Right, and who, of course, we know When Harry Met Sally, we know the genre is a romantic comedy, we know that the lovers have to start in conflict, it's just a question of how long will they be sparring until they realize they're meant for each other. The beauty of the romantic comedy genre, and this movie in particular, is that these two go on at it with this kind of dialogue until almost, well, literally the last scene of the movie, when Harry runs to her on New Year's Eve and declares their love, and even then they're bickering about why they shouldn't be together and how much she hates him until she finally says, I love you. So it's just a charming but authentic look at two people who are complicated, right? Hence the conflict, but hence the comedy.
I really like, you know, like sort of bad dialogue would have been small talk that whole time, like, how are you, what are we doing? But that antagonism is so like vivid, and something maybe we'll talk about later if we get to it, gestures do a lot of work in dialogue, and so to not answer the question but to extend a grape is a moment that really says a lot, and also to sort of spit out the grape and have it come like down the window that's not rolled down. Those kind of gestures speak volumes rather than just kind of like answering back. Yeah.
It's also so fun when people are like, when fiction makes us a little smarter than we are, a little sharper, a little faster. Like it's so rare in life. I was talking to an ex of mine recently, and I kind of weirdly asked out of nowhere, do you pray? And he said, no, but I think a lot about the various specs of tennis rackets. And I was like, that you don't get stuff like, you know, that felt like a rare moment in life. Yeah. I guess he meant that's where his devotion lies.
That's the most generous interpretation.
Janet, what do you have for us?
This is very interesting, just to open up on a very spare dialogue. We have actual screenplay. As a fiction writer, I think of dialogue not in terms of this is not dialogue. The whole scene is dialogue. And the spoken bits are not usually in the fiction that I write, certainly. The fiction, you know, the spoken part is the least part of the work. You have at your disposal as a fiction writer, you can actually go into the heads of the people. So you can play with what they say versus what they think.
Yeah.
And the world continues. In a film, the director is going to shoot something as these people speak. As fiction writers, that's your job. You're the DP, you're the camera person, you're the actors, you're the whole thing. So I think that people make a mistake when they come from a visual medium into fiction. They might have thought more about dialogue in terms of a long series of talk, because that's the only way in a visual medium you're going to know what people are thinking. They have to have someone to talk to. Gestures, definitely. Gestures, body language. The landscape can speak for the person. You can have someone is having a conversation that's not going well and it starts to rain. The landscape itself is speaking to the scene. So you think of the scene, and you try to, in fiction, you're trying to pare down the spoken part. Because we can go straight into exposition, we don't have to deliver information in the dialogue. The dialogue, you can keep the dialogue for the conflict between characters and directly tell us, that the stock market fell 400 points and Alfred just lost his shirt or whatever. And then you can have the dialogue. Doesn't have to, it's like a racehorse. It can't carry everything and stay lively. You can get the exposition out of the dialogue and into the narrative, so your racehorse can really run. So, of course, what I brought was not the mixture of landscape and internals and all that, because everything was too long to explain and set up, what's going on. So I brought somebody who had been a screenwriter, which is Joan Didion. This is Played as It Lays. And listen to this. What have you been doing? Carter said the next time she saw him. It's a married couple. Working. I'm going to be working very soon. I mean, who have you been seeing? Nobody. Helene, BZ. BZ comes by sometime. Don't get into that, Carter said. He's your friend, Mariah said. So we have no idea who BZ, this is like right up front, early in the book. We have no idea who BZ is, who Helene is, but believe me, when we hear don't get into that, Carter said, we're going to be looking for BZ. It's like, what the hell? So also dialogue, when two people know each other very well, the dialogue is the best. Strangers, you have the hardest time getting good dialogue with strangers, whereas family members, you come out in your clothes and your mother says, are you wearing that? I mean, that'll bring down the house. Then the very next chapter, these are very short chapters, the first time Mariah ever met BZ, so we're right on it, it had been at the beach house, and it had been 2:00 on a weekday afternoon. It was summer. Carter was cutting Angel Beach. I've got a meeting at the beach with this guy from San Francisco I told you about, Carter had said. You come along and swim. I don't feel like swimming. Mariah, Carter had said finally, he's going to maybe put up some money. Maybe. All right? So we don't have to, he doesn't have to spell it out. Like, I want to see you half naked because we're trying to raise money here. She knows what he's saying. She knows what he's saying, and the tension ramps up. So look at how people track one another in the dialogue, and just use all the other tools you can. If you can use a silence instead of pingy-pongy, the person who catches the ball and doesn't send it back wins, because he makes the other person wait. So it's already a power play. So anyway, that's my.
I wanted to say something about everyday speech. I love what you read, because I think we think of everyday speech as sort of making sense and being regular, and then we try and write that. But in my misbegotten undergraduate bashing around, walking into different classroom education, I wandered into linguistics, and that ended up being my major, because the first class I went into, they were analyzing dialogue that they had snagged from people. And I realized that people respond to sound. The thing I remember was this one woman was saying, you know, we bought these speakers and they were $125 each. And her friend said, each? And she said, eat your heart out. And I thought, but it wasn't like a joke. It was just sound. And, you know, we communicate on so many different levels. And P.S., we don't communicate that well, or therapists would be totally out of business. But we don't communicate that well. We glance off each other. And we come from entirely different positions. And I remember my daughter saying, I just want to know what they think about me when she was little. And I was like, good luck. You know, you never will. So when we're trying to imitate something that's kind of real, what is actually real is actually bizarre.
Can I make a comment about that? So in our adaptation class, we're doing a deep dive into Brokeback Mountain, and I was going to read a passage from that, but I wanted to switch it up a bit. But the beauty of that adaptation and taking what Annie Proulx did with really often kind of a laundry list of details about her characters, very little dialogue, and the brilliance of the screenwriters, Larry McMurtry and Diana Osama, making choices of what should be spoken and what should never be said. And it's an actually brilliant screenplay, but in serving your notion, Leslie, about how people just glance off each other. These two young men who are tormented because they can't live the romantic life together they want, they talk about rodeo. They talk about how their parents veered off and died in a car crash. It takes almost the entire movie to talk about what is really bonding them. It's what makes it tragic. It's because they can't they can't verbalize their need. It is always unspoken. And that's part of the trajectory of tragedy in this kind of romantic drama, which will not see a happy end. But dialogue there, the spareness of it is so important.
You're reminding me of something that Danzy Senna told me when I was in workshop with her at UCI. We were workshopping a chapter of what would be my first novel, and the dialogue it wasn't it. And she said, you know, your characters communicate too well. She said, there's no misunderstanding. And it changed the way I thought about dialogue as an opportunity for conveying miscommunication more than acts of communication. Yeah.
That makes me think, because I'm combining a couple questions. One of my original questions was, how can silence work in dialogue, or how does it work in dialogue? But I guess another way of asking it is, for folks out there who are like wondering about this, when is it, at what point do you decide silence or sound? Like, how do you figure out as a writer when to let your people speak and when to keep them quiet? How do you do that? How do you make those decisions?
I always think of the power play. You know, if dialogue is conflict, somebody wins, somebody loses, right? And silence, whoever holds the silence holds the power.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, when you ask your kid, where the hell have you been? And they're just like rearranging the salt and pepper on the table, who has the power? So silence, I use it like that. I use it for punctuation. When somebody asks a tough question, there should be a silence. And you never have to say somebody fell silent.
Right.
Because you just have to listen. Talk about sound. You hear sounds that you wouldn't hear if you were speaking. You know, Dougie, I'm pregnant. The rain pitter-pattered on the...
Mm-hmm. Good. B, would you like to read?
Yes, please excuse the phone. My excuse is I'm a late addition, and I'm moving, so I have none of my books, so I had to go with what I knew off the top of my head, which is, of course, I went back to the beginning, to Genesis, as I am wont to do. Genesis 4:9. So this is Cain and Abel. And God asks Cain, "Where's your brother Abel?" And Cain says, "Lo yadati, I don't know. Hashomer achi anachi? I'm my brother's keeper." And then things really heat up. "What have you done? Your brother's blood is crying from the ground." But I love this because, one, I'm really, really into lying in stories. I think it is the coolest thing a character can do sometimes. And sometimes when I'm stuck, I'll just have someone lie and see what happens. So I like that Cain is lying. I like that. And also, though, that he's accidentally telling the truth, or like he's accidentally indicting himself. Because, of course, he is the guardian of his brother, in as much as we're all guardians for one another, me to you. So I like that too, that he's accidentally telling the truth. He tells on himself, I guess you could say. And I like the lie, and I like that he reveals more than he intends to. Yeah.
No, please.
I'm thinking about films like The Graduate and the use of silence in that film. Some of you may be too young to have seen it, but Dustin Hoffman plays a lost soul of a college grad, and there's a motif of silence and being underwater in that film that is very profound and consistent, including the use of visual metaphors. There's a shot of Dustin, and he's having an illicit affair with his parents' best friend wife, and he's numb, he's lost, and there's a shot close-up of him, and behind him is an aquarium with a little scuba diver that's descending into the depths of the aquarium. And nothing is said, but there's many, many moments in that film where dialogue is not used. Music is used heavily. Simon and Garfunkel, first time an entire album was used in the soundtrack. But I'm reflecting just the poignancy of the song, The Sound of Silence, and how important that is, not just in that movie, but many, many movies. I've come to write so much less dialogue in my scripts now. And it's like, enough said. People don't need to say that much. People don't need to be Harry Met Sally, but that, of course, is a genre piece, and it was of its time. So I'm just reflecting on some movies that actually use silence as a visual metaphor.
Leslie.
First, thank you, and thank you for Genesis, because the whole, I'm half Jewish, and it's like you answer a question with a question, and that was the first one. It's like, yeah, that's what we do. I wanted to bring up this marvelous writer, also UCI graduate, student of Michelle's, which is Joshua Ferris, and I first heard his work here, and there's a novel that I love, To Rise Again at At a Decent Hour. To Rise Again at a Decent Hour. And it's this hideous dentist, misogynist narrator. And it's incredibly funny. But there's this whole section of him with his receptionist, with his bookkeeper, one of his employees. And she's always saying something, and the response is, "And so I did," or something like that. You never get this side of the dialogue, which is it becomes like so odd and so hilarious, and he must have worked so hard to keep that going, but it kind of speaks to something that you wrestle with, because if you're narrating it if the I voice is narrating it, and then they're saying what they said, there's something sort of pretentious about it. And Ferris just totally subverted that in this completely original way. Thanks.
It's about 2:30, and we could open it up to questions now, which is what I'd like to do. Why does my voice sound so deep? It's like, is what I would like to do. So it's like it's really crazy. Gotta cut out those cigars. I don't know. So please, let's please take questions. There's yes, in the denim jacket with the hands. No, I mean, I grew up with it, so it was deeply, deeply ingrained, and I developed an ear to just notice differences in the way everyone speaks, because whenever I went to Tennessee, they would say to me, "Why do you sound like that?" Like, I sounded weird to them, and I was always like, how? So I had to dissect what made our cadences, our language, our vocabulary, our syntax, everything. Like, what is the difference there? So, my mom still has her accent and all, so yeah, it's just I come by it naturally. Yeah. Yes, in the class.
How do you think about when to use dialogue tags and when not to, and when to use alternatives to the word say?
I'm a big one, getting rid of as many as you can and using different kinds of attributions. So instead of saying, I'll see you in a while, she said, she went to get the boat to wherever. If you have she on the same line as her utterance, always keep the action and the utterance together for each character. You can do a landscape attribution. Say, I'll see you in a while. She watched the boats crossing the harbor, maybe. So you use a description of something as your attribution instead of saying she said. You can think about different ways you can use the description or the interior. I'll see you Monday, period, close quote, like hell I would.
Yeah.
So we know who's speaking because it comes right after. And the spoken part doesn't have to come first. Sometimes it's, I watch the boat struggling across the river. Ben, I don't think this is going to work out. That's what I talk about, using the landscape. You can use it, there's gesture attributions. I don't think this is going to work out. She flicked the crumbs from her graham crackers onto the floor. You use a gesture.
I love a good
attribution.
gesture, yeah.
So get rid of as many as you can, but don't fluff them up. If you need them, you don't have to say exasperatedly or heatedly or fiercely. Just keep it simple.
And also be mindful of the period versus the comma. It was that famous example, hello, comma, he buttered the toast, or whatever. It's just things get confused that way, so, yeah.
And then the other part of that question was said versus everything else. And I think there's a very strong modern thing about you only use said. And I'm not going to weigh in on that because I really hate rules. But if you look at my stuff, I probably don't use much else. But it's maybe my shortcoming.
I heard once someone said that, said as a tag is functionally invisible for the reader. Like, we notice it when we're reading aloud and editing. This might have been Michelle. No, someone. Well, but anyway, yeah. So that maybe something you might notice that might almost feel like a tick when you're reading your own work will not be registered so much as by a reader.
In the front, yes.
Inner dialogue. Somebody talk about that. inner dialogue. Can somebody
Arguing with
talk
yourself,
about that?
like arguing with yourself.
Yeah, like, somebody's internal dialogue, which is
Monologue?
in either reaction to something, or you yourself, or the internal dialogue that's going on inside characters as they're thinking.
I call that thinking. You know, it's the inner, in fiction, what we can know what the character is thinking. It doesn't have to be, I thought, I realized, I considered, because all that actually pushes the reader out of point of view. We want to be the character. So when we go into thought, or internals is what I call it, when we go into the internal world, you don't have to use things that you would use for external dialogue. You just say, man, he's an asshole. You don't say, I need to say, I thought.
Sarah, yes.
I'm curious about dialogue when it's another language. So, something that I'm working on is it's like I translate it, but in reality, the speech that I actually want it to be is in a different language. So, how do you all approach language when thinking of the different languages that are talking to each other?
I love this question, and I'm going to take it as a reader because I find other languages absolutely fascinating. And I'm also willing to be a little bit confused. And if I really feel like I'm missing the drift of it, that can annoy me. But I will go pretty far with the sound of it and a little explanation. So I always think that the writing that I respond to most deeply is writing that trusts me to get it. And I love that another language would be brought out in some way. It's super interesting.
Yeah, it's lovely to hear that from the remembering like the reader's like capacity to participate or detect. And I write characters who speak other languages often. And one way that I've dealt with that is to first write the dialogue, and it sounds like maybe you're doing this in the language they're speaking. It has its own cadence, it has its own syntax, and then translating it. And even if that's the kind of thing where I feel like a reader can perceive it, even if they don't know that's what you did. Like they'll hear something about the order of the words or the way a compound is constructed. Like it's entered into the English somehow. So that was a big part for me. Then there's there's a discourse about italics. That's hot. That's like, do you other the word that's not in English? And everyone makes their own choices about that. Although it's frustrating to see sometimes when a story's anthologized, the editors will put italics where the writer chose not to have them, which always feels icky. That's and like that. Also, you can. There must be a better word for this, but train readers. So if you're using a word from the language they are speaking, if the first time they don't fully get it, but there's context and they're kind of figuring it out, and then the next time the context affirms what the first one did, so now they know, now you're in the clear, now you just taught them a new word. So that's one. And then I guess the other is, and this isn't as relevant for me because I write outside my identity often, but maybe not everyone has to understand, maybe it's for a group that doesn't include everyone, and what's the harm in that?
I guess follow up real quickly. So the other one character just doesn't speak English. I think that's so then how do you then build a relationship with two people, with the reader? That's what I was wondering about. You all have thoughts about that?
Can I say one thing? Because I wanted to add to that. Is the character struggling to be understood? Because that's really interesting, and the beginning of trying to communicate without having a shared language. What do you do? What is the behavior? Is there a way? Are there certain words that you try in the language that you're trying to communicate in that aren't received. And so if you give some of what you're working on, perhaps to the character, it would be an interesting thing to play with.
Thank you. Other questions I thought I saw way in the back. And then I see Daniel's hand was up too.
Thoughts about dialogue in historical fiction.
Yeah, well, my last two books took you through the Russian Revolution, so I guess that's historical. Dialogue, and it also is in, the characters are all Russian speaking, although they do have English, French, and German. But this is also the translation question. Historical, you just have to be really careful about modern usage. You know, you want to, it's kind of what can't you use? You know, people don't, they don't bond. There's no bonding in 1919. You know, there's no, you really have to have a sense of what isn't there, just like everything else you're writing historically. What isn't there? What don't they have? How would you express bonding using language that is, you might think of it as a bit of a higher diction often in historical, and also doing research in the period, you see what the slang was of the time and place. So, like, I have these Russian orphans during the Russian Revolution, Civil War. There were thousands and thousands and thousands of Russian orphans. Children had died in famine and cholera and whatever, and they rode the rails, and they were all over the streets, and they had their own slang. And so I was reading about the orphans of Russia in the Civil War and picking up their, like, what do they call a crummy cigarette that they rolled from tobacco in the gutter? They had a special name for it. So using the slang of the period is really interesting.
Janet, that's before I wrote fiction, I studied biblical philology, and actually and texts are always lying about how old they are. They're always pretending to be older. It's like the opposite of us. Yeah, exactly. But the main way a text would betray itself was exactly as you're saying, like using a usage of a word that wasn't yet attested. So that is always the giveaway. Yeah, bonding.
I just also want to add, I'm writing a play set in 1938 and involving FDR and the Jewish studio heads, most of whom were immigrants or first generation. And the challenge is they each spoke differently because they learned English differently, and they used slightly different slang. And then if you've heard FDR's eloquent, elegant, kind of American aristocratic style, you've got a whole melange of vernacular and cadence, and yet it's of that period. So as everyone here is saying, research. Listen to movies, TV, newsreels of the time. There's a lot of recordings of that era, whatever era you're pursuing, and just really trying to understand the cadence, the word choices, words that were not used, as Janet said, are incredibly important.
Yes, Daniel.
I was in a conversation with a person at Writers Happy Hour a month ago, and also he goes, as the lead singer of Peace famously sings, quote something that made me feel very out of touch, because I did not know the reference. It made me think how people often prove or punctuate their points with pop culture references. And have you ever thought about how you would choose to embed cultural references in dialogue to make the
It's a good question.
Including cultural references. I think if a character is embedded in a certain milieu, like how and why would you use cultural references in the dialogue? In my historical, I have, they're poets. They're all poets. So they would bring in, maybe as a metaphor for something happening on the street, they might use a quote from Mandelstam that it doesn't matter, it's a phrase, but it's applicable even if the reader doesn't necessarily pick it up. It'll help you situate them, because we all live in a cultural matrix. We live in this moment, we live through whatever decades formed us, we have certain parents, and we swim in cultural reference, so I don't see that it would be excluded.
Yeah, it used to be back in the day, they would say, you don't want to date your material by having this stuff no one's going to know what this stuff is 30 years down the line. But for me, I feel like it's really important. It's a form of like documentation that this is how people spoke and this is what we watched. And, I didn't know what Holden Caulfield was talking about when I was reading Catcher in the Rye. But it's like, that book is what it is. It doesn't matter that I didn't understand some of the jazz references or whatever it was he was talking about at that time. I think it's really important to have that kind of specificity.
It's almost like translating, that line from The Go-Between, the past is a different country.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I'd be really interested in what's behind that question. We can talk about it later, but if you wanted to make somebody who is really embedded in a certain world, or if there's a reason, or if you thought it was funny, I'm always doing it because I think it's funny, and then that really doesn't age well. But again, I don't think there are rules about this, and it's wonderful to pick up books from another time and see what the references were that are no longer intelligible and that figure it out.
We have time for just one or two more questions. Anybody have any questions?
Can I just talk about like cultural artifacts as opposed to the cultural matrix? Like what I don't want to see is Adidas or brand names that stand for an object that can just be described. But I guess if you're writing a story about somebody who craves a very certain kind of tennis shoe, and the fact that it's a Nike Air 101 blah, 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 with the stripes, then it's specific enough that your reader can follow you. But I don't like to see a lot of brand names, and I don't like to see a lot of pop terms like pop psych.
I'm such a contrarian because I'm like, I love all that stuff. Like, I want to know if someone's wearing Converse or if they're wearing like whatever. Like, I do want to know these things. I don't know.
I just want to circle back to specificity, which I think is key, of course, to dialogue. And you really can't have specificity unless characters are speaking to their immediate experience in their world and in their culture. And if I'm going to be writing about a bunch of studio heads, what do you think they're going to be talking about? Right? They're going to be talking the actors they fired, or the movies they're going to make, or the directors a pain in the ass, or the cigarettes they're starting to try. There's so much specificity in making a reel, and the politics, and should we be afraid of Hitler? Should we not? Is he a joke? Is this serious? That's all specific cultural references, but that embeds it in the authentic world, time, and place that you need to transport us into that story.
No, please. Oh, just that I wonder if one potential pratfall is assuming that any cultural artifact has like a fixed value that you can import in, as opposed to what you establish within the framework of the narrative. Like, what is its value? Like, I think the only thing I'm wary of is trying to use anything as like a shorthand.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Like, say more about that though, because that's important. Yes.
Well, just
Can of worms.
no, just. Well, I'd love to hear anything you say.
Well, because all objects are imbued with like there is a meaning, but there's a context too. So I don't know, just to throw out stuff like Prada or whatever without a kind of context in relation to characters or their desires, or like it's just part of a whole recipe, really, as opposed to just like throwing out like names of stuff for no reason.
And like, because there's no inherent meaning,
yeah,
kind of to anything. But
yeah.
Honestly, like, just maybe like you have to establish it. So yeah, maybe that's just one thing to think about.
But like I'm just thinking of like my novel Elsewhere, that like it was so immersed in the 80s, so there was all these thank you. There's like 80s stuff and 70s stuff like Leif Garrett, which probably nobody here knows who Leif Garrett was, but whatever. Yeah, I was like obsessed. So Leif Garrett's got to be in there because he's. So it's just stuff like that.
Oh,
that's right.
It's kind of a rom-com trope that's just gone everywhere, which is to give the thread count of the sheets. I want you all to stop that right now. Never again. We don't need it.
That's so funny, Leslie.
No, that's the one rule.
Yeah. All right. First of all, thank you all you brilliant people. Thank you. And thank you all for braving the wind, the rain, all of it. Thank you.
Please continue to be brave out here. The 3 o'clock panel will be out here. We will continue to be brave. we good, folks? Are we ready for this? The 3 o'clock panel? The wind has settled down. It's even getting brighter. There are plenty of room. There's plenty of seats in the front row. We may or may not have the 5:30 readings on the deck. Stay tuned. By the time this panel is over, we will have made a decision. If we go anywhere, it will just be inside here for the 5:30 readings. Okay? You do know that we're just in this place, and you should begin to take on, you know, a relationship with this building, right? Okay. Welcome to the 3 o'clock panel. I'm so glad you're here. I've been looking forward to this one. I do believe that this is all your fault, right, Keenan? This was your idea. Apparently so. And I was so delighted when the topic came through. We do ask the staff and participants for ideas for programming and then try and make it work. So thank you all for being here, and here's your moderator, Keenan Norris.
All right, well, hello everyone. As Lisa said, I'm Keenan Norris, and I'll be the moderator for this panel, which is about writing and writing in these, you know, politically polarized times, which a phrase we've been saying for like 15 years or so at this point, right? But the times continue, and the extent to which the necessity of, et cetera, conveying nuance, right? In our writing about, you know, about ourselves and others, right, in this human and political world. So I might, you know, offer a little bit more about sort of the reasons why I apparently suggested this panel. I don't honestly remember suggesting the panel, but it does sound like something I suggest, so I believe Lisa. All right, but what I think is more important is to introduce these wonderful panelists. And so because I'm sitting in the middle, we'll first turn to my right and then to my left and introduce them one at a time. So Oscar Villalón is the editor of Zizova, the award-winning California literary journal. His writing has been published. Yeah, all right. His writing has been published in Stranger's Guide, Freeman's, The Believer, The Approach, Virginia Quarterly Review, LitHub, and elsewhere. A former book editor at the San Francisco Chronicle, he has served as a juror for the Pulitzer Prize for Fiction 3 times, including once as jury chair, and has served as a judge for the National Book Awards. He lives with his family in San Francisco and serves on the board of directors of the Community of Writers. Michelle Latolet is the author of the novel She Fiction, Widow, a collection of stories shortlisted for the Believer Book Award, the novel A Proper Knowledge, and the novel Even Now, which received the gold medal for fiction from the Commonwealth Club of California. She's a professor of English at the University of California, Irvine, where she co-directs the programs in writing. She lives in LA. Yeah. To my left is Jean Guerrero, who is a contributing opinion writer for the New York Times and an associate professor at the USC Annenberg School of Communication and Journalism. An award-winning investigative journalist, essayist, and speaker, Guerrero is the author of Hate Monger, Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, and the White Nationalist Agenda. Her first book, Crux, a cross-border memoir, won a PEN Literary Award and was named a New York Times Editor's Choice of 2023 and one of NPR's Best Books of 2018. A former opinion columnist at the LA Times, she has been published in Vanity Fair, Politico, The Nation, Wired, The New York Times, The Washington Post, Best American Essays 2019 by Rebecca Solnit, and more. And let me also just offer that really in the last 10 years, no writer, no public thinker, no public intellectual has been more necessary for me in helping me to understand our times than has been Jean Guerrero and her incredible work. Let's give it up for Jean. And Francisco Goldman. Francisco Goldman's novel Monkey Boy was a Pulitzer Prize finalist and an American Book Award winner. His novel, Say Her Name, won the Prix Femina Étranger. The Art of Political Murder won the Duke Human Rights Book Award and was the basis for an HBO documentary. The Interior Circuit won the Premio Metropolis Azul. The Long Night of White Chickens won the Sue Kaufman Prize for First Fiction. The Ordinary Seaman was a Dublin Literary Award and Penn Faulkner finalist. His work has appeared in The New Yorker, Harper's, and many other publications. He has received a Coleman Center Fellowship, a Guggenheim, a Berlin Prize, and a Harvard Radcliffe Fellowship. All right, and we're supposed to say here, all right, yeah. The community of writers is pleased to announce Francisco comes to us through the support of the Borchardt Foundation Center on Literary Arts, of which he is a fellow. All right. So, yeah, so if I could just briefly, sort of the raison d'etre here for this panel is that I find, I find this a highly worthwhile discussion to stage because as writers and editors whose works are immersed in the human political world, we have this really dual and rather difficult task of illuminating both the individual story and its sociopolitical surroundings. In the Trump era, or era as you prefer, does it, you tell me, does it seem more difficult or perhaps less necessary to do the former when the political world is so clearly a mess? So that's my core question, and maybe we could just start there. To what extent does it feel necessary, more or less so, to portray to individuals in all their complexity, right, in our work?
Touche. I don't think I wrote. Well, I mean, well, it's extremely important. It's important all the time, but I think of particular significance and importance in times of crises like this. And oh, I did. Did I do that? Okay. Well, I'll get. Well, okay. Yes. So, so here's the thing. When you're living or you're in times of let's say an authoritarian regime or an aspiring fascist regime, what ends up happening is that the values that your society at large subscribes to don't get reflected in the ruling government. Not only do they not get reflected in the ruling government, they do not get reflected among the ruling class, right? So where do you find these things, right? So if your government is no longer representative in terms of what you believe in terms of what your values and what it is that you think life is about, the only other place, or one of the only other places that you may find it, is going to be in your culture, and specifically, in this case, literature, right? So in literature, this is where we find, my view of this, is where you see, let's say, the kindness that would define your life, otherwise you do not see at large. It's where you're going to see, your sense of yourself, your sense of agency, your sense of history conveyed back to you, reflected, where you otherwise wouldn't see it. So think of it as a way of helping you maintain what we could call your humanity, right? And that's, I think that becomes the significance, I think.
Yeah, thank you. And feel free to, since the sort of, subject of this is nuance within political writing, to also nuance my question in whatever ways you'd like to. So, yeah. Anybody else?
Hello? Okay. I obviously wrestled with this while I was working on my investigative biography of Trump's senior advisor, Stephen Miller, which we chose to title Hate Monger, which a lot of people saw as a statement of opinion or emotion or bias. What while the entire work itself was a thoroughly fact-checked work of traditional reporting, I didn't have any opinion commentary in there. But I wrestled with this like how, I mean, in multiple ways. First, how I approached the biography. It was important to me to be nuanced and try to understand. I didn't think I could write an interesting book about Stephen Miller if I didn't try to understand his perspective, try to put myself in his shoes. And that was one of the darkest endeavors of my life. You know, I read all of the books that I learned had inspired him. I spoke to his mentors, people who really care about him, his close friends, and obviously his critics as well. And usually what happens when you get to know somebody better and better through conversations with people who know them, through research, ideally with conversations with them, but he wouldn't speak to me. Usually what happens is they start to appear more dimensional, more complex, more nuanced. You start to get more empathetic towards them. But the opposite happened as I was getting to know Stephen Miller, despite my doing my best to speak to people who cared about him and to see him through his eyes, because it became so clear to me that this was a person that was deeply, deeply motivated by hate and the desire to dehumanize and demonize large communities of people. So when it came time to title the book, I thought, well, if I give it a title like Hate Monger, it's probably going to alienate immediately a lot of people who don't immediately agree with my perspective. It's also going to cost me my job. I was working at the local NPR and PBS affiliate. They have a very strong code of ethics regarding neutrality, and my news director told me that if I went with this title, I was going to lose my job because of the perception of bias or conflict of interest. And I really don't, like, I think that when we label people, we really do violence to them. And that's part of the problem with Stephen Miller is he does violence to so many communities of people by labeling them by, and violence to our concept of reality. And so I have an aversion to those kinds of labels, but I ultimately decided that as a journalist, I, first of all, have a duty to the truth. And he's worked on strategy papers about the political utility of hatred. And second of all, I think that politicians, public figures who are in positions of power need to be held to a different standard than the average person. And so I chose to go with a not so nuanced title, but I think these are really important questions because I do think that now nuance is more important than ever because of the way that these demagogues try to destroy our grasp of how complex things truly are.
Bless you for telling the truth, because one of the things that is being done to a lot of us who work in language is we're being sort of mangled into, you need to be fair-minded and balanced, totally at the expense of telling the truth, right? And a type of behavior is being normalized. Like if I screamed at my students and called them piggy and belittled them and stupid, that's not a different style of teaching. You can call that a different style of being the president, I guess, but that's not a different style of teaching, and I would be very rightfully so taken out of the classroom. So I just admire so much that you stuck to your guns, but also that you said, no, this is totally accurate, right, to who and what he does. Right, and so our language is being controlled, but what I'm deeply appalled by is how many people are giving into that, right? You know, this idea the facts, balanced facts and stuff like, no, there's such a thing as a fact, you know. So anyway, I just admire that, so I just had to weigh in on it.
Did he ever take a literature course at Duke?
I think it's not on.
Did Stephen Miller take any literature classes at Duke?
Not that I'm aware of. He was not very interested in the humanities.
No, never read a novel. Well, I mean, there you go, right there, right? In a certain way, that's kind of the problem with thinking of novels, you know, as political weapons. Because people like Stephen Miller and all his ilk, they're never going to read a novel. You know, so we have to be aware that, like, writing novels, we're not going to be bothering them. You know, and so we have to think about you know, who are novels with political subtexts for, right? And what's their purpose out there, if they have a purpose. I mean, my first novel I ever wrote was incredibly politically. As a very young person, right out of college, being from an American United States family and a Guatemalan family, I knew that I had to. I came out of college like in the late 70s, and I knew and the wars were starting in Central America, and I knew I had to be there. Right? I knew it was just the subject screaming out to me that was how I was going to even put myself together, in a sense, by being in the middle of this war. And it was crazy to just try to write your first novel about the war that you were living in. While it was going on, because I usually told people don't write novels about very, tragic, horrible historical events until many years have passed, and you can process it and decide what to make of it. And that's generally true. But when you're in your mid-20s, there's nothing you've been thinking about that long, except maybe sex or something. And so I became really obsessed with understanding. My whole literary education was understanding especially how writers around the world, especially Latin American writers, but also writers, fiction writers coming out of Nazi Germany, like Günter Grass, and even in our own history in the United States, how they approached it, right? And and honestly, for the first number of years I was down there, I could not even begin to start writing a novel, because I was just so overwhelmed with the kinds of emotions Stephen Miller awakens in me to this day. Just complete hatred and anger and fury and wanting to blame people for, So every time I would begin to start to write fiction, trying to pull what I was seeing and living in Guatemala in the early 80s, at the height of the genocide, one of the worst human rights, probably the worst human rights calamity since the conquest, and maybe all Latin America. And there we were in the middle of it. And I could just write screeds. I knew that wasn't fiction. And I began to work as I kept myself alive as a freelance journalist. I could live on very little because I had a little apartment that had belonged to my great aunt to live in, my tia Nano. And I began to understand very differently that, what you might want to do as a political writer in journalism, which I'd never done before either in my life, did for the first time in my life down there, how different it was, how completely opposite it was of anything I might eventually find my way into in fiction. And I remember there was a weekend that changed everything. It absolutely changed everything for me. It kind of opened my mind. And it was, I was really frustrated. I just went up to the lake for a weekend, and I brought this book that I'd seen in a window. It had just come out, published by Seis Barral by Mario Vargas Llosa, called Gabriel Garcia Marquez, Historia de un Diecillo. And it's a book, I think it was basically, it's like an 800-page book in which Mario Vargas Llosa was trying to explain to himself the miracle of 100 years of solitude, which had just utterly blown him away as it was blowing everyone else away. And in his way, he just took it apart like a clock, and he later would not allow this book to be published after they had their famous falling out, in which he punched them in the eye. Mario Vargas Llosa punched Gabriel Garcia Marquez in the eye, and he forbade the book to be republished. It's finally reissued last year in Spanish, but it's never been out in English. This book is my most precious object, because it's like, to me, this sacred thing. It's falling apart. It's all taped together. And I remember one of the things, and he spoke the whole chapter writing about how Garcia Marquez had decided to write about the violence and the politics Colombia was experiencing. And he himself was a communist. But all the communists were telling him that he had to write novels of political denunciation, to denounce what was going on around him. And there was all this incredible pressure. And he said, if I were to do, he said, and I've always, this became like my slogan. I should have had it like tattooed somewhere on my body. You know, people don't need from a novel a description of the reality they already know all too well. Right? You don't need to tell people things they already know. I don't need to read a novel that tells me Trump is bad. You know, it's he said, you know, novels are written for the living, you know, huddling in the corner of their room, sweating bullets, wondering how they're going to survive. You know, and I took that like really seriously and became kind of, and I began to eventually realize that the books I was really loving that had dealt with massive historical calamities, like of Garcia Marquez himself, and Gunter Grass's Tin Drum and Dog Years, in those years were big influences to me. Faulkner's Absalom. I hadn't yet discovered Toni Morrison, who would become a favorite later. Same thing. You just realized how, first of all, just how extraordinarily they respected that, right? Of not ever lecturing you about anything. How completely subversive they were always of all kinds of political certainties, right? And how they just blended, to put it in a simple way, light and dark.
Well, Frank, I was going to add to that, you know, in the same sort of sphere, but of nonfiction, think about the works of like Ryszard Kapuscinski, you know, who ostensibly was reporting for the Polish news service. He was a lone foreign correspondent going to revolutions around the world and, you know, reporting on them. But his reports basically became metaphors for life at home.
Yeah.
That totally eluded the censors because it was art.
And it was, a lot of it was fictional.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which also helped.
Yeah, which absolutely did help. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah. Let me, you know, kind of piggyback off a couple things y'all said, and ask a follow-up question. Frank, you mentioned, you know, use the term subversive, and you know, it strikes me in thinking back to the piece that Jean read from yesterday evening, which is called "How I Crossed the Border Back to Myself," and other, you know, other works, other politically engaged works, whether fiction or nonfiction, that nuance itself can feel or can be subversive, right? Whether it's sussing out the, you know, the rifts within ethnic communities or racial communities or political groups, right, can oftentimes feel subversive within those groups, right? And there sometimes is like a political or social price to pay for being the, you know, for being the writer who depicts the differences within, say, within the left, right, or amongst Black folks, right, or in, you know, Latino communities, etc. Any thoughts around that, around bearing that burden, around whether it is, and to what extent that is a necessity in a time in which, like, the entire, I don't know, the entire kind of moderate over to left wing of the country is being so visibly, so obviously assaulted by a, you know, by a fascistic regime. Yeah. So.
I mean, this is such a complex, thank you, Keenan. This is such a complex area. And so, because I do agree with some of what Francisco is saying. And then, but there are novels, like, I mean, The Things They Carried is a pretty amazing, on point novel. And I don't just read The Things They Carried, read the entire book. But there are subtle novels like Netherlands, say by Joseph O'Neill,
and I do think, it's a person coming into America at it's after September 11th, and he uses the game of cricket versus baseball to get at America's need to have a very visible and obvious enemy, which of course then kind of gives you all you need to know about why we would ridiculously choose to go into Iraq after September 11th, right? But there's another, like an anti-war novel, something like Time of the Doves by Mirka Rodoreda, right, the Catalan writer, in which, sure, the Spanish Civil War is raging out there, but it takes place basically on a roof with a woman raising doves to feed her family, and that's it. And it's very beautiful, and it's very powerful. But I wouldn't, I'm not very fond of you can't do this and you can't do that, because I do think there are certain on-point novels with respect to war that are very powerful and work. And I don't know that Kaput is a novel by Curzio Malaparte, but he was a German captain, so he was able to go in beyond the German lines, and he was basically a journalist, but it's one of the most horrifying pieces of writing I think I've ever read about war, but it is very on point. And it takes place in German Nazi brothels, and...
It's a great book. So both sides. If I can finish, if I can say, first of all, I don't think of the things they carried as a book that is some strident political message. I mean, it's about the soldiers and what they go through. I think that what they were talking about right back then was Garcia Marquez was rejecting the call of other communists that he was obligated to write a kind of social realist, very communist influenced kind of novel that would tell people, how to think, what would they politically correct thinking. That phrase didn't exist back then. No, I mean, there's many ways. And then what I love is the way, first of all, when I was dealing with that very question of people don't need a description of the reality they already know all too well, right? To give a very quick example, that in my own terms, I understood that it would, Guatemalans did not need a novel which told them people were being disappeared and massacred. No, they certainly knew that. But I'm writing for Americans. I'm a Guatemalan American, and I'm writing for Americans. And what is it that they don't know all too well, right? It was that space that I was constantly having to work in. And my first novel is, in fact, very metafictional in a way, because it's based on a relationship I actually had with a very close friend who was a organized guerrilla subcomandante who was working as a newspaper journalist. And his job was, in fact, to make friends with American journalists and try to influence them. And I fictionalized him in the book, and Francisco is the Francisco character, Roger is his name there, is trying to write a book about the disappearance of his kind of sister. And Moya is they're always talking about what political effect what their writing might have. But then I love the way literary history goes in circles, because Garcia Marquez warned about writing a catalog of corpses. And then my very favorite writer did exactly that. In 2666, in the part about the crimes, he wrote a catalog of corpses, as if though he was consciously answering Garcia Marquez and saying, no, I don't necessarily buy that. No, and so where's the nuance in that book? Well, it's just so full of nuance, right? In every page and every paragraph. So I think prescriptions really never work. No, it's kind of and it's the life on the page, and the way as Oscar was saying, we need complexity in everything, overtly political novels or not. And it's what the writer brings to the page. No, not, I don't think, any pre-prescribed formula on how you're supposed to do something and the right way to do something.
I was going to say, so Keenan, if I understand you correctly, with the question, what we're trying to get was like, to quote The Clash, in these times of evil presidentes, what do we do about writing that's critical of the left within the left, or shows our dirty laundry? Well, let's look at a prime example of what that would look like. That's George Orwell's Homage to Catalonia, right? Where he made clear, no, the anarchists got killed by the Stalinists, man. We were supposed to be on the same side. We got sold out. And that was, just coming right into World War II. And he published that. And, people called him all sorts of things. Oh, my God, you're going against the live stuff. So I'm just going to, my obligation as a journalist or as an artist is to tell the truth. I'm under no obligation to do anything else but that. So he went ahead and he did that. And this is why we still read the book today, to understand the dynamics of power. This is what could happen. Another example, not as major, but minor, but interesting to me, Oscar Zeta Acosta's Revolt of the Cockroach People. Incredibly unflattering as to what happened with the Chicano moratorium. You don't go away from there feeling good, but hey, man, this happened. It's not pretty. But yet at the same time, when this good thing was happening, when this good movement was happening, there's dirtbags. There's people preying on girls. There's, misogyny and there's all this sort of stuff, but it's because they're people. It's not going, they're not saints. It's not gonna be pure. They're gonna have their own flaws, they're gonna have their own hang-ups, and it's gonna be a bloody mess.
And violent times make people violent.
Yeah.
No.
So I think that's, we can't, this is the whole point of being a writer, doing this sort of thing. You can't be beholden to that. There's someone who should be doing that work. Those are the political activists are going to be doing that. But that's not your obligation, nor should it be your obligation, right? It's because it's about our humanity at this particular time, our place in history in this particular time. We write for the future. This is all for the future. This is the record of it. This is how it was. You don't owe anything to anybody, in that sense. Like, it's not, if you're critical, and I think that's the thing. Hopefully you have a sort of political maturity where you realize that sort of criticism cannot be undermining to your cause. Why? Because if it is undermining to your cause, I got bad news for you, your cause has no legs. Right? It's not going to go far. If something like that is going to undermine it, you need to rethink the program. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, in nonfiction, I feel like writing with nuance is really about writing with humanity, which is what makes it so subversive. And in the case of Stephen Miller, the book that I did about him, I was worried about potentially glorifying or romanticizing him, even in the act of writing a critical biography. Like, I feel like there have been books written about Trump, about Steve Bannon, that portray them as these kinds of evil geniuses that play to the American fetish for the anti-hero, the white anti-hero. And so I really wanted to avoid doing that, and one of the ways that I did that was first of all trying to write with humanity, where I identified, and I think these are the parts of the book that Stephen Miller probably hates the most if he ever read it, where I showed his humanity as a little kid when he was very insecure, lost, and as a result of that desire for belonging and power, began to subscribe to these extremely hateful ideologies and to be radicalized by his mentors like David Horowitz and Larry Elder, who found him at a very vulnerable time. So I think illuminating those flaws in someone as evil or dark as Stephen Miller is not to pile on, like, see how awful he is. It's like, he is a human being with flaws, and I think that is what he would find the most difficult about the book. And I also tried wherever I could to reorient the narrative so that I would be focused on the immigrant people who he was persecuting, his Latina housekeepers, his Latino classmates who were trying to talk sense into him, just trying to decenter him whenever I could. And then when it comes to my dad, and trying to unpack this whole rightward shift among Latino men, this political reality that we're facing. How do I approach that with nuance when it makes me feel so much anger and sadness and despair? And again, I just try to continue to insist on humanity and empathy, not to the point where I'm like forgiving my dad or anything like that, or excusing my dad, or excusing these hateful beliefs, but just going back to trying to understand. And I think with my dad, a lot of Latino men, and particularly my dad, the appeal that they see in Trump is that he's anti-establishment, that he's, or at least he's a propagandist about being anti-establishment and breaking the system, and this is a system that has never worked for men like my father. And so I illuminated that in my essay, like, he faced discrimination his entire life. I wrote that before he worked as a meat packer, he built ships for nearly a decade while restricted from certain areas of the shipyard because he was a non-citizen. He was perceived as a possible threat to national security. I tried to identify what is it in my father's life that led him down this path, not to excuse it, not even to really understand it, but just to insist on nuance, to insist on writing from a place of humanity. And again, my dad has probably never read my work. I don't think he's ever Googled me in his life, even though he's a very online person, and I wrote a book about him that I gave him, because I think it's a threat. Like, the writing is a threat to the way that he views the world. It would require an acknowledgement of other people's humanity that he's not ready to do.
Oh, I can think of something to say. No, we were talking about a bit about writing about the left again. Bolaño, Bolaño himself, right, has said before he doesn't really write about the right, right, because he says we know, especially in the context of Chile, where he was he was a young writer, we know what to think about them, right? It's nothing. He goes when he's of the left, but always critical of the left, right? The characters that appall you in his novels tend to be from the left. Right, as hypocrites, as cowards, as and why is that politically beneficial? Well, we need to criticize ourselves. Imagine the way a really great novel that would take on the errors of our American left in the last 10 years, how completely fascinating and important that could be. Right?
Yeah. To what you're saying, Frank, is that's part of the argument for nuance. Because the other thing, speaking at large about the, like literature from the Americas, during all the various dictators, you see the literature that comes out of Central Europe and Eastern Europe during the Soviet regimes. And a lot of what that literature is about, beyond other things, is the impossibility of life under those circumstances and how it could warp you. To what Bolaño's point is, the thing is like you live under these sort of systems long enough, you do get poisoned.
Yeah.
You can't be around that without it messing you up at some point, right? It's in the air. I think, like, an incredible example of this is a Jerzy Kosinski, The Painted Bird. Yeah. Right? This is like, well, what does fascism look like, right? When there are no rules. It brings out the worst. People do stuff. You can get away with things. There are no, might makes right. So imagine what that does to your society at large. Forget, government and the top of stuff like this. Another sort of a parallel example of that. It's like maybe like in Mexico right now, in its current situation with the reign of the narcos, right? Well, what does that mean? What is it? That those sort of situation could look like. Femicide, right?
Well, but the femicide,
Yeah, but I mean, you could get away with it. There's impunity. Rules aren't applying anymore. Things aren't working, and then within that, this stuff happens. And, and I think to your point about Bolaño is that, well, how does this affect people like of the left, or let's say good thinking people? How does that create, what is the situation going to be like for you? You have to navigate that, You know, it's very very important, I think, to document those things.
But I think I've seen only a few times in my life where where fiction writing and literary writing has gone kind of hand in hand with a political movement.
Yeah.
And has helped to amplify the voice of the political movement, right? And one time, obviously, with black writers in the United States, right? When we think of especially in the last 20, 30 years, right? As Black Lives Matter and just a general consciousness we've all had in the last years, how important Toni Morrison, James Baldwin, Ralph Ellison, how important those voices have become inside our political discourse, with the idea that American history, Americans had to assume responsibility for this heinous history, right? And just how fundamental that history is to who we are as a people, right? I feel like I'm seeing it now again in Mexico, right? Mainly with female writers, but Bolaño too. Sergio González Rodriguez too, who wrote Bones in the Desert, which was the first thing to really expose what was happening in the femicides. And so it's very easy, you know, for a political leader to denounce the femicides in a way and say something like, you know, they are killing our women, working class women, and the government isn't doing anything about it, not prosecuting it. And that's kind of an abstract phrase to a lot of people, right? Especially if you're thinking of the women in marginalized areas or up in the borders where the maquilas are. But what the novels have done is just created from Bolaño on, but especially now Cristina Rivera Garza, and so many people who aren't famous but are known in Mexico, have really created this incredible female chorus of suffering, of courage, of resistance, right? It's been doing what literary writing can do, is give voice, you know? And somehow, you know, I don't know how you can always, you know, make that happen. It's almost, you have a historical movement that needs to happen, and you're very fortunate when you have fiction writers of genius that suddenly emerge and can kind of lead the way and begin to influence other writers. It doesn't, you know, nothing like that is happening right now in the United States with Trump. I think eventually 15 years from now, 10 years from now, people are going to look back and be appalled at how he became so normalized, how we all got infected. I'm sure we're going to see all kinds of plague metaphors for what he did to our society and what we did to ourselves. But those novels don't exist yet. We're not hearing novels that go, you know, I'm not sure. I think to really be able to write a subversive novel, you have to have something very clear that you're subverting. And I ask myself, what could a novel subvert right now, except for our own distracted, cowardly, appeasing, lazy, whatever you want to, at the heart of this too is what, you know, who are the real enemies right now? It's not Trump. That's what we're learning more and more. The real enemies there's a lot of real enemies, right? From the whole capitalist mega thing. But obviously the tech barons, you know, they're the ones we should be terrified of every minute of our lives. That's where we really have to coalesce against. And whenever they get us fighting among identity groups and everything else, and making our politics about that, they're winning, right? Because we refuse to gather together, despite all our divisions, and fight the real enemy. And there's no fiction writer leading us that way. There are very few. There's some great voices out there in Substacks like Chris Hedges and people like that who are, but it's not happening in literature.
There's a book coming out called The Nerd Reich.
Oh, yeah.
Gil Duran.
Yeah, Gil Duran.
Yeah.
Oh, he's great.
Michelle.
It's it just I just wanted to tell the story because it's so beautiful too. There's so many different ways for a writer to be politically important. There's not a prescription. There's not something that is just political writing. And I remember, and freedom of expression always matters, right? I remember being, again, as a young journalist, I was Sergio Ramirez was a great fiction writer. Was at the time the vice president of the Sandinista junta. And they were doing some event out at a kind of military training base for the war against the Contras. And bizarrely, because I never had any money, so I'd hook on rides with anybody I could hook a ride on with. And I was with a Soviet Union journalist. And we went out to it together. Because Soviet journalists could only be in Nicaragua. They'd get killed if they set foot in any of the other countries. And we went, and there was Sergio. And I had this question that was just, like I said, this was the question that obsessed me back then when I was starting to become a writer. I went up to him and I said, you know, he had just published this book about Julio Cortázar. You know, and I said, you know, Cortázar, I love hopscotch, I love his short stories, but they're so surreal and so out there and so urban and bohemian, and, you know, and yet you consider him like, a great political novelist. And how is he a political novelist? And he said, because he exemplifies in his writing complete literary freedom. And that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
And especially in societies that are subject to a lot of censorship. You know? So.
Let me come over to Michelle.
Oh, no, I'm happy to listen. No, I very much agree. Freedom is also, I mean, what the novelist can do is absolutely put you at the center of an experience very powerfully. I think I've resisted a little the use of the word nuance on this panel because almost every piece of literature mentioned is a very forceful reenactment, experiential. It puts you at the center of an experience, and a pretty brutal experience oftentimes. It is not nuanced. It's not telling you what to think, but it is putting you so deeply in that experience. You know, it's not going to leave you alone. So, yeah. Gene?
So we do want to come to your questions. I do want to, before we go to questions, just leave you with some thoughts from, or a formulation from Arundhati Roy's The Ministry of Utmost Happiness, where she writes about the process of stupidification, right?
Yeah.
Which, you know, if we extrapolate this beyond just, you know, India's politics, right, is basically that governments routinely oversimplify complex social realities in service of nationalist prerogatives, and thus this simplification or stupidification becomes increasingly characteristic of our public discourse more broadly, right? All right, so yeah, if there are questions, yeah, please just, I guess I'm the moderator, so, okay, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna start here with KB, yeah. Yeah.
So, how do you write with nuance when it feels like people are not going to see you as a nuanced person because of your identity?
Yeah, and I'm supposed to repeat these questions. So the question is, how do you write with nuance when you are not regarded yourself as a nuanced person, right, or interlocutor? Yeah, it's a great question.
Frank?
Read Pedro Limembel, and the Chilean trans writer, who's one of the best writers in Latin America, and write your best, write your ass off, make them deal with you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's more of a them problem.
Yeah. Exactly.
Which is, you know, often, especially when we're seeing new modes of expression in literature, there's always a sort of resistance. When people, it's a lot easier to say, I don't want that because, you know, it doesn't fit whatever the template I'm working with than it is to say, I don't know what that is, but let's do it. You know, in other words, there's just there's a lack of openness. It just basically experimentation. But this ties into this general conversation. You know, the thing that authoritarian regimes and fascism hates is the fact that there's possibilities, that there's something outside the binary that they're offering you, because that subverts. Now that is subversive, at least towards the political program, because you can't have any options beyond what we're offering you. This is optimal. This is, you know, basically best practices, and there's nothing beyond this. So anything that's contrary to that is a threat, because, you know, and all that, you know, we're talking about, I think nuance, another way of talking about nuance in terms of literature is these are other ways of being. These are other ways of living. These are other ways of going through the world. You know, and once you start seeing the world in that way, then what do you have? You have empathy, you have commonality. You start seeing that, well, maybe I don't have to live this way. You know, maybe there's other ways of doing things. Like maybe, like, you know, we don't know what we don't know. Well, let's try this, right? And that's the threat, you know. And I think literature gets there not in a political way, but in an organic way, because that's the whole point of writing, is trying to figure this out. Not because I think there's a political end to all of this. I'm just trying to figure out the very nature of my existence.
Yeah, the only thing I'll add to that is I don't think that writing with nuance is the same as writing with objectivity or neutrality, which especially when writing nonfiction, writers of color are under suspicion of not writing with neutrality or objectivity, these things that in traditional newsrooms get imposed on mostly writers of color. I think there are certain things you don't compromise on, and that is human rights, human dignity, and I'll just second everything that was just said.
Here, yeah.
First of all, I just want to thank all of you for you know, creating the openness for this grief, you know, that we have. You know, speaking to both the stupefaction, but also, you know, Michelle bringing out, you know, the complications between nuance and power and how they're both there. Stupefacation's power to enlist nuance. And what I'm thinking of, the writer that I'm thinking of is Gabriela Mistral in Chile. You know, at Plaza de Lilas, you know, she's on a plaque in the Rotary Club, and she was, you know, it has nothing to do with her or her literature, but she was co-opted by the Pinochet system, while she's also used by the left. And you brought these up also, you know, Ralph Ellison, James Baldwin, even, you know, Toni Morrison, not so much. But how do you respond to that, where the power can also be co-opted? Yeah, I mean, in the nuance, you know, that makes sense.
Just even the word nuance to me, I'm sorry, it reeks a little to me as coming out of a how-to book. You must write with nuance. You must not alienate the reader. You must, you know, it's like.
I mean, there's no one more powerful than Gabriela Mistral.
Right,
you know,
right.
I don't need nuance.
Right, and I would say the greats are not subtle, and the greats are not quiet. They're not telling you what to think, but I don't think they're the idea of this sort of nuance. I mean, sometimes it happens in a graduate workshop. Oh, everything's got to be so subtle. It's like, really? So subtle you can't even, it's not even there yet? You know, so I don't know. I think at the time we're living in, and I'm not sure it's the worst time in history, but I think maybe nuance is too expensive for this time. At least the way I define nuance, which is a quieter form and subtler and...
I really like that reframing. I think the way I see nuance, though, is like as a rejection of the binaries that Oscar was talking about, which can be very forceful in its own way. But I think you can think about it in other ways too, and we don't have to love the term.
Maybe one more. Yeah.
My question is actually kind of an inverse of the first one. There's a really wonderful essay by the writer Brandon Taylor, kind of talking about like the banality of
they do or permit awful things because it would just simply be inconvenient not to, is something that I've really struggled with. And so, like, that is not a nuanced thing to me. That is not a complicated thing to me. It's just inertia. And so, like, how do you have a nuanced take about that? I've really struggled with that.
Okay.
Well, if you wrote about it, why would you want to write about it? Beyond, there'd be something else that would make you want to write about it beyond the description of the not nuanced thing, right? Or would that just be enough, just to describe what happened?
That is kind of the fascinating and maybe the troubling thing, is that people are capable of great evil simply out of a lack of desire to do otherwise.
So, but in writing about that, what would be the unexpected? What truth about that would you be looking for that would seem that we need to hear?
I guess that's what I'm asking you guys.
Yeah, but I mean, right? Would you want to show how the impact that has on nearby people? Right? Would you try to penetrate the laziness of that person and understand where it comes from?
I think maybe, and this is perhaps cynical of me, but my fear is that the laziness is the end point, is that is the final iteration of it, and that's what I find troubling and therefore interesting, but I don't know how to.
Well, then you would just do just the most incredibly powerful, convincing, detailed, focused dramatization and description of that laziness, and it would like make us sick to read it.
And with that, I want to thank our panelists, Michelle Latoulet, Oscar Villalone, Dean Guerrero, and Francisco Goldman.
And let's keep the conversation going. I know we have to wrap up quickly, so some of you have to go to your special workshops, but I remind you that we still have